Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate this afternoon. Being an afternoon sitting on the first day of August, the year being 2024, and we are glad to bring you this live broadcast. This is courtesy of the partnership between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Our dear viewers, my name is Gladys Mungai. And allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon. The Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, Senate Bills number 36 of the year 2024, is a bill lined up for first reading. This being the first time that the bill will be introduced. Taking you through the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, Senate Bills number 36. Of the year 2024 is an act of parliament to provide for a framework for the regulation in the conduct of public fundraising appeals, to promote transparency and accountability in the carrying out of fundraising appeals, to foster greater philanthropy, and to regulate the conduct of public officers in relation to public fundraising appeals and for the connected purposes. Remember, the executive has been quite outspoken in regards to public fundraising. And that is one of the reasons as to why we have this bill lined up for a consideration by the Senate. The bill is currently at the first stage. Looking further into the provisions of this bill is that the bill provides for anyone who wishes to conduct a public fundraising, submit a request for a license to be allowed to conduct a public fundraising before 14 days to the day that the fundraising will be taking place. The principal object of this bill is to provide for the establishment of regulatory mechanisms at the national as well as county levels, which will oversee the conduct of fundraising appeals, provide for licensing regulations of fundraisers, as well as promotion of transparency and accountability in the conduct of fundraising appeals, and also the regulation of the conduct of state officers in the participation of the public fundraising appeals and in the administration of this legislation. The bill is also based on the need to reduce the culture of dependency that Harambes have imbued in the society, extending even essentially private affairs to the larger public. The bill further seeks to restrict its application to private fundraising appeals, except where such appeals fall within the public appeals for public purposes. The Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bills number 52 of the year 2023 by nominated Senator Raphael Chimera is a bill that is lined up for division this afternoon. The debate on this bill was already concluded upon, and earlier this week, the Speaker that was presiding over the business notified senators that they would need at least 45 senators to vote on this particular bill, and we had the vote on the bill shelved, and today it has been lined up for a vote. We'll be waiting to see how that will be panning out. But away from the scheduled vote on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bills number 52 of the year 2023, this afternoon, the House is also set to debate the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a petition to the Senate by residents of Siani area, Nyamira County, This petition is in regards to the destruction of 41 hectares of Siani wetland, North Mugirando, Magwagwa land number 11/403. This is a motion by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast as the Speaker's procession is already in the chamber this afternoon. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi will be presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at times, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The quorum bell is currently ringing at the Senate, following the directives by the Speaker that the sergeant at arms during the quorum bell for 10 minutes to give senators some time to make their way into the chamber this morning to raise the numbers required for the House to commence business this afternoon. And as we await to see whether that a quorum of 15 members will be attained, our dear viewers, pursuant to Standing Orders number 553, subsection 1, the Senator for Vihiga County, Senator Godfrey Asotsi, will be seeking two statements. The first statement is from the Standing Committee on Matters Education regarding the state of vocational training centers in Vihiga County. The other statement that will be sought is a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Health concerning the status of payment of stipend to the community health promoters. From the neighboring Bungoma County, Senator David Wakoli will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning pending bills owed to contractors by the county government of Bungoma from the year 2013 to date. Under Standing Orders number 57, subsection 1, the Senate leader of the majority party, Senator Aaron Cheriot, will be issuing a statement on the business of the Senate commencing the 6th of August, being a Tuesday, 2024. We expect reports to be tabled this afternoon. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Health will be tabling the joint report of the Standing Committee on Matters Health of the Senate and the Departmental Committee on Matters Health of the National Assembly on the approval of Dr. Patrick Owanda Amoth for the appointment of the Director General for Health. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Energy will also be tabling the report of the Standing Committee on Matters Energy on the local content bill. This is a Senate Bill number 50 of the year 2023.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health. Senator Lelegwe, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 1st of August 2024. Joint report of the Standing Committee on Health of the Senate and the Departmental Committee on Health of the National Assembly on the approval of Dr. Patrick Omwanda Amoth, EBS, for appointment as the Director General for Health. I beg to lay. Thank you.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, the 1st August 2024, the report on the Standing Committee on Energy on the Local Content Bill, Senate Bill number 50 of 2023. I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the committee, or on behalf of the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that the Senate adopts the joint committee report of the Standing Committee on Health of the Senate and the Departmental Committee on Health of the National Assembly on the approval of the nominee for the appointment as Director General for Health, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 1st August 2024, and further that pursuant to Section 16.2 of the Health Act, Cap 241, and Section 8.2 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, approves the nomination of Dr. Patrick Omwanda Amoth, EBS, for the appointment as the Director General for Health.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53.1. The Honorable Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a request for a statement by Senator Osotsi on the state of vocational training centers.
Beatrice,
yes.
You need to indicate whether you have authority to hold his brief first. Then you can proceed, because it's not your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have been requested by Senator Osotsi to read out his statement.
Proceed.
Thank you once more, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a request for a statement by Senator Osotsi on the state of vocational training centers in Vihiga County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the state of vocational training centers in Vihiga County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a breakdown of the county government of Vihiga annual budgetary allocation vis-a-vis actual expenditure for the education sector for the financial year 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2020-2022, 2022-2023, and 2023-2024, indicating the specific allocation and expenditure for early childhood development education, county bursaries, Governor's Scholarship Fund, and vocational training centers. Number 2, report on the current state of vocational training centers and other related institutions in Vihiga County, providing a schedule of the capitation funds as well as training materials and equipment received by the respective institutions in the aforementioned financial years. And 3, provide a monthly breakdown of the salaries paid to employees of the VTCs and other related institutions in each financial year from 2019-2020 to 2023-2024, indicating the status of remittance of statutory deductions to the relevant institutions and explaining any accumulation of salary arrears. Number 4, provide a breakdown of all liabilities owned by the VTCs and other related institutions to suppliers. And lastly, number 5, outline any steps taken by the county government of Vihiga to ensure improved funding and management of VTCs for guaranteed quality and competency-based education and training. Senator Geoffrey Ososi. Honorable Speaker, there's a second statement. If allowed, Honorable Speaker, this is a statement.
Proceed.
This is a second statement, a request for a statement from Senator Ososi on the status of payment of stipend to community health promoters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the status of payment of stipends to the community health promoters. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide signed agreements between the national government and county governments as per Article 187(2)(a) of the Constitution in relation to counterpart funding of the community health promoters stipend payment plan. 2, give a breakdown of the payment of stipends to community health to the CHPs in all the 47 counties from the commencement of the program to date, indicating monthly payments and outstanding balances on a monthly basis and highlighting the counterpart share. And number 3, explain the delay in payment of stipends in some counties despite the Senate's approval of the county government's Additional Allocation Act and the cash disbursement schedules. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, outline specific actions county governments are put in place to ensure timely payments of stipends to all the CHPs as envisaged by the national government. Senator Geoffrey Ososi, the Senator for Vihiga County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Wakoli. That statement is dropped. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, the Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, I hereby present the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 6th August 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the sitting of the Senate held on Tuesday, 30th July 2024, the Senate passed 5 bills. At the second reading stage, the bills will be scheduled for the Committee of the Whole in the coming week. I take this opportunity to allow Honorable Senators for remaining in the chamber during the voting process. The status of the legislative business before the Senate is as follows. 48 bills are pending conclusion in the Senate, of which 36 are at the second reading stage, while 12 are at the Committee of the Whole stage. 19 motions are pending conclusion. 20 petitions are due for reporting by the respective standing committees, and 385 statements are pending before the respective standing committees. In accordance with the calendar of the third session, the Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess from 9th August 2024 and resume regular sittings on 3rd September 2024. As senators look forward to the upcoming recess, it is important to recognize that the pending business before the Senate is still high. This being said, I wish to implore senators to prioritize plenary sittings in the coming week in order to ensure progress is made on the business of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate Business Committee will meet on Tuesday, 6th August 2024 to consider the business for the week. The tentative business for Tuesday will include business not concluded from today's order paper, the business indicated in the notice paper attached to the order paper, as well as the following bills at the Committee of the Whole stage. 1. The Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023, the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2023, the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, the Nuts and Oil Crops Development Bill, Senate Bills number 47 of 2023, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2022, the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, National Assembly Bills number 44 of 2023, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 40 of 2023, the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2023, and the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bill, Senate Bills number 55 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tentative business for Wednesday, 7th August 2024, morning sitting will include business not concluded in the order paper for Tuesday, 6th August 2024, and the following motions. Report of the Select Committee on Public Accounts on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Tharaka Nithi, Homa Bay, Kakamega, Kirinyaga, Makueni, Meru, Bomet, Murang'a, Nandi, Nyamira, Nyeri, Siaya, Vihiga, Wajir, Samburu County, executives for the financial year 2019-2020. 2. The report of the Select Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds on its consideration of the audit report of various water services companies for the financial year 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2020-2021. Report of the 147 assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings held on Luanda, Angola on 23rd to 27th of October 2023. Report of the 9th Interparliamentary Union, IPU, Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Hanoi, Vietnam, from 15th to 17th September 2023. Report of the Kenya delegation to the extraordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held at the Gala Convention Center, Mirad, South Africa, from 20th to 27th March 2024. Report of the Kenya delegation to the 148th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 23rd to 27th March 2024. Report of the 14th ordinary session of the plenary assembly and the related meetings of the Forum of Parliamentarians of the International Conference of the Great Lakes region held in Livingstone, Zambia from 15th to 19th April 2024. Establishment of a monthly car-free day and county car-free zones, addressing the challenges of power purchase agreement renewals and electricity supply in Kenya, and the stoppage of funds to Isiolo County due to the failure by the governor to honor the Senate summonses. Mr. Speaker, sir, the business for Wednesday, 7th August 2024 afternoon sitting will include the business not concluded in the order paper for Tuesday, 6th August 2024, and the following. Bills. A. Bills. At the Senate, bills. At the second reading stage, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 46 of 2023, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 49 of 2023, the Cooperatives Societies Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 53 of 2023, the Early Childhood Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 54 of 2023, the County Government Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, the Provision of Sanitary Towels Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2024, the County Wards Equitable Development Bill, Senate Bills number 20 of 2024, the Political Parties Amendment number 2, Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2024, the Election Offences Amendment number 2, Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, the Elections Amendment number 2, Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2024, and the National Disaster Management Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24 of 2023. B. Motion, development of a policy and law for social risk management in infrastructure development projects in Kenya. The projected business for Thursday, 8th August 2024 will be business not concluded in the order paper for Tuesday and Wednesday, and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni, what is your intervention?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek for your clarification on a matter of procedure. Mr. Speaker, under Article 96(1) of the Constitution, I, Dr. Boni Khalwale, I represent the county of Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, I serve to protect the interests of the county of Kakamega and the county government of Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, why is it that on a matter of procedure has the office of the clerk refused to allow two questions that are supposed to allow me to discharge that function under 96(1)? Namely, I have a question, Mr. Speaker, that has been lying there for over 21 days in respect of misuse of money expended by the governor on foreign trips. And two, Mr. Speaker, a question on how the governor is applying county funds, Mr. Speaker, on a project that is funded by UNICEF, and he has decided to erect that project as his, and in fact, he's calling it the Governor Fernandes Barasa Mama Watoto Fund. Mr. Speaker, Could you clarify?
Senator Boni, there's nothing to clarify. The matter will be handled administratively. You may come see me in my office, maybe after the rise of the House or Tuesday morning, so that we can handle it administratively. Get to know exactly where these statements are stuck. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, Senate Bills number 36 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the regulation in the conduct of public fundraising appeals, to promote transparency and accountability in carrying out of fundraising appeals, to foster greater philanthropy, to regulate the conduct of public officers in relation to public fundraising appeals and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 52 of 2023, second reading, division.
Now, honorable senators, this is a constitutional amendment which requires the presence of 45 senators. We shall therefore proceed to divide until such a time that we have that number. Next order. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important order. And Mr. Speaker, probably you need, with due respect, to convene a Kamkunji so that we prevail upon ourselves that before this business starts, we must have the 45 members. Mr. Speaker, having served you as your whip for the last 2 years, it is not easy to get 45 members into the House unless we precede it with a Kamkunji.
Thank you, Boni. Before you, as you sit, in front of you, it's written the majority whip. Please discharge your duty so that we have the necessary numbers. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a petition to the Senate by residents of Siani area, Nyamira County, regarding destruction of 41 hectares of Siani wetland, LR number North Mugirango /Magwagwa 2/403. Question to be put.
Clerk, we have the requisite number pursuant to Standing Order 42, which is 15 senators. We do? Thank you. Honorable senators, I'll proceed to put the question. That the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a petition to the Senate by residents of Siani area, Nyamira County, regarding destruction of 41 hectares of Siani wetland, LR number North Mugirango, /Magwagwa 2/403, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 23rd of July, 2024. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, the Local Content Bill, Senate Bills number 50 of 2023, second reading. Resumption of debate.
Honorable senators, before I allow debate on this order, allow me to make the following communication. Honorable senators, Senator Eddy, acquaint yourself with the standing orders. You've come of age now. We are almost 2 years into this Senate. Honorable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 47, I wish to convey the following message from His Excellency the President regarding parliamentary approval of the nominee for the appointment as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. The message, delivered via transmittal later by the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, reference EOP/CAB 26/4A, Volume 476, dated the 30th of July 2024, was received in my office today, Thursday, the 1st of August 2024. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. It is most graciously notified that His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, PhD, CGH, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, has, in exercise of the constitutional prerogative vested in the head of state and government, and pursuant to Article 245(2)A of the Constitution, nominated Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirocho for appointment as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. In that regard, this transmittal for parliamentary approval is made accordance with the procedure set out in Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7 of the Laws of Kenya. To aid the August House in its consideration and approval processes, kindly be pleased to receive the Certificate of Presidential Nomination number 5 of 2024, together with the nominees' curriculum vitae and testimonials. As we set our sights on continuing the transformation of the National Police Service, the House is urged to prioritize the consideration of the nominee. Honorable Senators, Article 245(2)A provides that the Inspector General is appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. Further, Section 12(2) and 7 of the National Police Service Act number 11A of 2011 provides as follows. The President shall, within 14 days after vacancy occurs in the office of the Inspector General, nominate a person for appointment as an Inspector General and submit the name of the nominee to Parliament. Parliament shall, within 14 days when it first meets after receiving the names of the nominees, A, consider the suitability of the nominee, B, either approve or reject the nominee for appointment, and C, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall notify the President of the decision of Parliament. Honourable Senators, as agreed and executed during the previous approvals for the position of the Inspector General of Police, and in order for Parliament to effectively conduct the vetting process, the following procedure shall apply. That the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Inspector General of Police shall be conducted jointly by the committees of the two houses, mandated to deal with matters of national security. The vetting process will therefore be conducted by the Standing Committee on National Security, Defence and Foreign Relations of the Senate, and Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly. That the chairpersons of the two committees will co-chair the joint sittings, and the Secretariat will comprise officers of the two houses. That the quorum of the joint sittings will be the respective quorums of each of the committees as stipulated by the respective standing orders. That as contemplated under Rule 9C of the joint rules, unless a decision is reached by consensus, any vote to be taken in the joint sitting of the committees shall be by separate houses. This will ensure that the numerical difference of the individual members representing the houses in the joint sittings has no effect on the decisions of the joint sittings of the committees, and that the committees shall, having conducted the vetting hearings, submit a joint report to the respective houses in the manner contemplated by paragraph 7 of the Joint Rule 9. Honourable Senators, Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides as follows. Unless otherwise provided in any law, a committee shall consider nomination and table its report in the relevant house for debate and decision within 28 days from the date on which the notification of nomination was given in accordance with Section 5. Section 9 of the Act further provides as follows. if, after the expiry of the period of consideration specified in Section 8, Parliament has neither approved nor rejected a nomination of a candidate, the candidate shall be deemed to have been approved. In this regard, therefore, the period on the matter that is now before Parliament starts running upon the Speaker of the National Assembly committing the name of the nominee to the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Honourable Senators, Standing Order 771 of the Senate, standing orders provide as follows: that upon receipt of notification nomination for appointment to a public office required to be approved by the Senate under the Constitution or any other legislation, the nomination shall stand committed to the relevant standing committee for consideration. This message, therefore, together with the nominees' curriculum vitae and testimonials, stand committed to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate for vetting jointly with the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly, in accordance with the provisions of the National Police Act, Public Appointments, Parliamentary Approval Act, and the standing orders of the Houses of Parliament. Kindly be guided accordingly. Now, I have a further communication. Honourable Senators, you may walk in, Honourable Senators. Now, Honourable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that I have, pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the decision of the National Assembly on the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023. The message, dated Wednesday, 31st July 2024, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on the same date. Pursuant to Standing Order 46.4, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 148B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas on Wednesday, 30th of November 2023, the National Assembly passed the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, and thereafter refer the bill to the Senate for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas on Thursday, the 16th of May 2024, the Senate considered and passed the bill with amendments and referred it back to the National Assembly for reconsideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Further, whereas on Wednesday, the 21st of July 2024, the National Assembly considered and rejected the Senate amendments to the bill, thereby committing it to a mediation committee in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41.1 and 148B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate and seek the appointment of 9 senators to a mediation committee to consider the bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. Honourable Senators, consequent to the said decision, the Speaker of the National Assembly appointed the following members of the National Assembly to the mediation committee to consider the bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. Honourable George Murugara, CBS MP, Honourable Mwengi Mutuse, OGW MP, Honourable Sylvanus Osoro, CBS MP, Honourable John Makali MP, Honourable Edward Muriu MP, Honourable Laisula Lesuda MP, Honourable Bisau Kaikai MP, Honourable Ken Chonga MP, and Honourable Peter Masara MP. Now, Honourable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 166(2) of the Senate, and in consultation with the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader, I will, at an appropriate time, appoint senators to the Mediation Committee. Thank you. Or clarification. We may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we have had a conversation at the Senate Business Committee regarding access to parliamentary proceedings by the media. But pursuant to Article 118, I also know that our business is supposed to be done with access to the public. Honorable Speaker, I have noted in the past 3 weeks, this Senate chamber has been very lonely. And I have not seen any members of the public in the gallery. I am a bit concerned, Honorable Speaker, whether there is any justifiable reason why we no longer receive delegations of members of the public to the proceedings of the Senate. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the Senate gallery and the Speaker's gallery are available to members of the public wishing to come and follow through debate and proceedings during plenary. However, as the chair, as the senator, you do not have those powers to force members of the public to attend. So, as and when they wish to come, our doors are wide open. The Senate will never shut its doors to the public. Now we are on the local content bill, Senate Bills number 50 of 2023. The Honorable Chirangei Samson. Now that there is no senator wishing to contribute on this, Senator Chimera. Yes, honorable senators, if you have nothing to say on this particular order, please don't queue on my dashboard. Because I'd wish to call upon the mover to reply, but as long as I have members on my dashboard, I'm unable to do that. Good. Now that there is no senator wishing to contribute on this particular bill, I will call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to reply. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to start by thanking all the members who contributed to this bill. And I want to take also this opportunity to thank the members for their insightful and, most importantly, for the input that they've put. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, I request that we defer the putting of the question on this motion to a later date. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very, very important bill which is addressing extractive industry, specifically gas and oil. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are a few considerations that I would want to go through with the committee, and therefore I would seek that the question is put at a later date. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
I thought, Senator Matinga, you'll go beyond that. Having replied, I thought you would. Yeah, maybe you're not. You're not getting me. I thought you would put a request, but let me do it on your behalf. We don't seem to have the necessary delegations for purposes of going to division, and therefore, at this juncture, I will defer this particular business, and we'll move to the next. Next order.
Order number 11, the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 40 of 2022, resumption of debate.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. the issue of land would not be complete without my input, Mr. Speaker, because from where I come from, a man is defined by the land they own, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, and women. If you are a real man and you do not own land, then in the context of African culture where we come from, especially the pastoralists, you are no one, Mr. Speaker, sir. I don't know other regions. Mr. Speaker, my law lecturer, Professor Tom Ojenda, who is the senator of Kisumu, wrote a book called Principles of Conveyancing in Land. And he used to teach me conveyancing in the university. In his opening remarks of Principles of Conveyancing, where he has wrote the book, he says land is an emotive issue. And it defines many issues within the African setup. And Mr. Speaker, you have to know that land laws are so many. It's a catalog. There is Land Registration Act, there is Land Act, there is Registration of Title Act. Some of them have been amended, Mr. Speaker. Some of them have been undertaken. I think the whole issue has been given with the onset of 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, of Land and Environment, Chapter 5, has defined land to three three classification of land, Mr. Speaker. And one of the is community land, public land, and of course the private lands that some of us own, Mr. Speaker. I think there is a problem in this country, Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of 1963, Mr. Speaker. Land continues to be a source of conflict, even here in Kenya. When you go to Niger Delta in Nigeria, when you go to some parts of this country, like coast, we still have land historical injustices. You come to South Rift, we still have land historical injustice. You come to North Rift. The whole conflict, Mr. Speaker, that we sometimes see in Kerio, in Chemalingot, in many parts of the country, the source of conflict has been land, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I think anything that will be done to alleviate the conflict of land in the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is welcomed. And Mr. Speaker, number 4, most of the abused, most of the disease that is rampant in this country from 1963, Mr. Speaker, is what we call land grabiosis. I think affinity to grabbing of public land is a very serious issue in this country, Mr. Speaker. From 1963, how do you explain that one family in this republic owns over 500,000 acres, Mr. Speaker? The whole size of Western Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere you turn, and you know, it is happy. The land reforms in this country has made a lot of strides. Because before, in the previous regime, one of the tokenism that political patronage used to be used is being given land. And as the powers be, if they pass and they saw a beautiful land, wanasema katia mimi hiyo, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 2, how do you explain today that we still have absentee landlords, Mr. Speaker, in cost? How do you explain? And there are many Kenyans who are squatters. There are many Kenyans with the affordable housing program that the president is pushing. Can you imagine we don't have land, Mr. Speaker? We have maguta. Now, Mr. Speaker, especially in high-end areas like Ruiru, like Nairobi, like Murang'a, Mr. Speaker, where we have high population density. The issue of absentee landlords, and I want to thank the president because I saw you closely with the president during the coastal tour, Mr. Speaker, and you are smiling very well. He gave direction on the absentee landlord, Mr. Speaker, that they must be held account, they must pay. Who are these absentee landlords that we see, Mr. Speaker, in coast? And these are land grabbers, Mr. Speaker. Yet the genuine people, the Giriama, the Digos of this world, Mr. Speaker, don't have land, they are squatting. Yet there are people who are in Italy, Europe, and many other countries, Mr. Speaker, and the Kwale senator should be noting this with a red pen. Are just relaxing somewhere, enjoying sauna and other things in Santorini, Mr. Speaker, while our people continue to squat, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I agree the presidential directive that the absentee landlords, they must be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. So I want to agree with the proposal by the majority leader that we need to amend the Land Act, Mr. Speaker, because the most abused is the public land. Mr. Speaker, you heard a story where KICC, somebody has the title deed of KICC grounds, the entire of it, Mr. Speaker. I will not be surprised if Parliament buildings, we are squatting on a private land, Mr. Speaker. How do we know? If the invaders wanted to take over Parliament, they would have been taking over a private property until we see the title deed that it belongs to the Parliament of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. KICC issue has never been resolved. I wish the chair of lands, and it is good the majority leader is here, we need to be told the fate of the title deed of the KICC and commercial grounds. Where do we know? We need to know the title deed, Mr. Speaker. You are an issue of Nyamira yesterday, Mr. Speaker, where we were discussing the issue of titling of some of the wetlands, Mr. Speaker. The riparian rights that we are discussing about it, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the issue of public land, we must take it seriously, Mr. Speaker. I know this has been a source of tribal clashes before, Mr. Speaker. When you read the Ndungu report, no one wants to implement the Ndungu report, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to talk even about the Kroll report that was being initiated during Kibaki's government, Mr. Speaker. The Ndungu land report, no one dares to touch it, and that is where the real problem of Kenyan land issues are, Mr. Speaker. The TGRC report by the late Ambassador Bethuel Kiplagat, Mr. Speaker. Those are some of the issues that if you look at the TGRC report, you look at the Ndungu land report, if you want to address the issue of land historical injustices and the challenges facing land, including absentee landlords in coastal region, including land historical injustices, Mr. Speaker. Whenever you fly over Nandi, especially Nandi Hills sub-county, you overfly Kericho and Bomet, Mr. Speaker. Don't think when you see the beauty of those tea leaves, Mr. Speaker, those are blood and sweat, Mr. Speaker. Our people, where my community, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, has never benefited through those lands, Mr. Speaker. As we talk, the Lipton tea that is being taken in London today is stained with blood. Because the land that the tea bushes are planned on is a grabbed land by the post and pre-colonialists, Mr. Speaker. And I don't fear to contradict myself, Mr. Speaker. Today, what value do you give? Our people in South Rift, in North Rift, especially in Nandi, are living like gorillas and chimpanzees because the fertile and the most critical part of the land is being tilled by companies that are not even owned by Kenya. The owner have never stepped in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. But when you are in London, Heathrow, you are in Europe, you are in Germany, you are taking very nice tea and say, this is Kenyan tea. But behind it, Mr. Speaker, there are deaths, there are anguish, there is land historical injustice, there is blood that was... Can you believe, Mr. Speaker, most of the land in Kericho, for example, was being given as some of the wedding gifts, love gifts, to people who vote. The British who vote, Mr. Speaker, in the time of, during the pre-colonial and First World War, Mr. Speaker. Yet our fathers and mothers did sacrifice to fight for the issue of independence in this country. And one of the issues, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when you read the book called Not Facing Mount Kenya, I don't want to go to Morima, when you look about the visitation of Gulag, Mr. Speaker, when you visit the issue of Gulag report and the Mau Mau uprising, Mr. Speaker, the most salient and the most emotive issue was the issue of land, Mr. Speaker. That is why our fathers and mothers, grandmothers went to the, I don't want to say to the street, went to fight, Mr. Speaker, went to fight in the forest. I know Gen Z are fighting on the streets. Went to fight on the forest because of land, Mr. Speaker. It is sad 50 years down the line, 60 years down the line, there are Kenyans who are still suffering because somebody somewhere who owns a tea estate like Lipton, among others in Nandi, in Kericho, in Bomet, up to today, Mr. Speaker, have not gotten justice. When Kenyans who live in Mombasa, not coastal part, where absentee landlords, Mr. Speaker. And that is why probably the issue of Shakahola happened, because there was an absentee landlord and the land was not being used, Mr. Speaker. Similar to Lamu, Mr. Speaker, where my brother Senator Kituku comes from. The conflict is about the ownership of land. I know there are other factors, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to rejection of public land, as we talk today, I think close to half or less than a half of primary schools and public institutions do not have a title deed, Mr. Speaker, to their name. And therefore, When you look under Article 60 of the Constitution of Kenya on principles of land equity, vis-a-vis the amendment, we must create equitable access to land, security of land rights, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, nowadays I was telling somebody jokingly, Mr. Speaker, and I know all of us own land, that if you want to ensure your land is safe, you charge. For the layman's language, because not all of us are legal minds and do not enjoy the legal prowess that I possess myself, Mr. Speaker, is that you take a loan so that you are sure your land cannot be grabbed. And that has happened. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Cherunya case in Eldoret Land and Environment Land Court in the 70s, the government took the Cherunya case, for example, for the purpose of this discussion and did not use for the intended purposes of public use. It was reverted to private use, and therefore the transmission and change of usage of land should be looked at most of the time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of productive management of land resources, elimination of gender discrimination, I'm happy this is critical, especially in succession, Mr. Speaker. I have seen many Kenyans ask, if I have 5 sisters and 4 brothers, why is it nowadays that sisters, Mr. Speaker, are also allocated land in terms of succession? For community where I come from, when you are married off, you belong to that family where you are married off. But now, with Mr. Speaker, with the changes of the law, you can be married to another family, but when succession of family land happens, you include the daughters. And I think that was a critical decision that Kericho High Court made. But I think in the interest of principle of issues of succession, and even we adopt both tradition and religious succession, personal law, Mr. Speaker, I thought, and you know also, Mr. Speaker, this is a discussion that we can continue having. I thought when you are married, you are supposed to belong to the husband, including the chattels, the property, and the land. Why would you want to steal and come and claim in your father's house? Because dowry has been paid, Mr. Speaker. That's the conversation, Mr. Speaker. That is the conversation.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Fernandez, would you wish to be informed by Senator Oroba?
Yeah, she looks, she can.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to inform Senator Cherargei that he needs to read widely in the African context and all the tribes. In some places, even when you're married off, you still belong to the family, Mr. Speaker. And in the issue where he's talking about that because we know you're going to be married, Mr. Speaker, there are many women who don't end up being married. So what happens to them? So I just wanted to inform him, as he's giving his submissions, to just avoid the line of trying to disenfranchise women by virtue of being married or not, Mr. Speaker. Then we might even support this bill.
No, Senator Robert, that is the point of order, actually. I don't see any information that you've helped. I don't see any information there that is useful. Proceed to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, that was insufficiency of information that my sister was. But I agree, of course, different tribes and culture, because even it is only in Nandi and Kisii where you have woman-to-woman marriage. It is not LGBTQ. Mr. Speaker, where when Mr. Speaker, and it is a decision in Kisese versus Kisese decision of the High Court, Mr. Speaker. Even it was followed in Kivuitu versus Kivuitu, where when a woman grows old and they don't get children, they are allowed under the law in Nandi culture and Kisii culture to go to the house and get a childbearing, fertile young girl and then hire in quotes a man to ensure that there is procreation for the succession of Mr. Speaker. I know Senator Kalwale will not agree with me because I'm told if he becomes the governor of Kakamega, he will add 4 new wives. Mr. Speaker, the point that we are trying to make, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of issuing the title deeds to public institutions, Mr. Speaker, is critical. I have told you, Mr. Speaker, and the House should note that more than a half of public primary schools do not have title deeds. When you want to do electricity, Mr. Speaker, so I agree. If it is Parliament of Kenya, we apply, Mr. Speaker, for our title deed. We are issued under hand and seal, Mr. Speaker. When you talk about the registrar to register public land and commission, Mr. Speaker, let us register. And, Mr. Speaker, and also the community land should be issued with title, because we are aware that communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Land Commission, under the Principal Act in conclusion, has been given power to manage land on behalf of national and county government. When you read Section 12, where we are trying to amend under the Land Act, Mr. Speaker, Cap 280 laws of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm saying in an upshot, Mr. Speaker, is the National Land Commission should ensure that apart from being given other powers, Mr. Speaker, we still have issue of land historical injustices. Mr. Speaker, the issue of title deeds, and I want to challenge in conclusion National Land Commission, that we should push to ensure each and every Kenyan has a title deed, Mr. Speaker. Where I come from,
Senator
Mr. Speaker.
from Nakuru County. Senator Tabitha Keroche. Out of order.
No, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I know Senator of Nakuru should take Murima politics in the tea so that all those issues are handled there. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to challenge National Land Commission. For example, in Nandi, Chepkumia exchange program, my people have never gotten title deed because of issues of decassetment, Mr. Speaker, maybe. The issue of Koibem exchange program in Chepkumia ward. We have the issue of Kiptuya ward, Mr. Speaker, where Tuya Bay and parts of Kiptuya ward, there's never title deeds, Mr. Speaker. We have Cherondo area, Mr. Speaker, in Tindre sub-county. We have many parts of this country, including your county, Kilifi, Mr. Speaker, where people have not been given title deeds, Mr. Speaker. My appeal to National Land Commission, even as we give you powers, Mr. Speaker, to issue title deeds in this republic, Mr. Speaker, we should ensure, Mr. Speaker, going into the future, that title deeds is a matter of right to every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker. We normally allocate the budget to National Land Commission, Mr. Speaker. We want National Land Commission to issue titles to every Kenyan so that it is a source of security, Mr. Speaker. In my opening remarks, if you do not have land from where I come from, Mr. Speaker, you are not man enough, Mr. Speaker. There are other yardsticks that they can be used to measure how manly you are or how man you are, Mr. Speaker. But when you do not own land, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker. Even finally, and I've seen clause number 15, the issue of affordable housing program, I want to thank because it will be easy, Mr. Speaker, to counties to release land for affordable housing program. Like, for example, in Kapsabet town, Mr. Speaker, we are working very closely with the national government. The president didn't come and launch affordable housing program in Kapsabet, Mr. Speaker, and the programs across the country. I saw in Mombasa, I've seen here in Parklands, Mr. Speaker. This will ensure, Mr. Speaker, and facilitate the issue of affordable housing program, Mr. Speaker. So this is a very critical amendment to the Land Act, Mr. Speaker. But I hope in future, in closing remarks, we need to consolidate the land laws, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't make sense to have a catalogue of land laws. Is there a possibility of collapsing, Mr. Speaker, with the guidance of Chapter 5 on land and environment, Mr. Speaker, so that we can collapse land laws? Because sometimes when you look at the Land Registration Act, you look at the Registration Titles Act, you look at the Act, Mr. Speaker, sometimes become a challenge going into the future. So I hope the mover of the amendment majority leader, and I want to ask him also, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the way he's doing it with a lot of zeal and passion to ensure National Assembly bills are move faster in this House, he should convince his leader of majority in the National Assembly to be doing the same, so that National Assembly does not become a graveyard of the bills of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And I can see his counterpart in the National Assembly nowadays is calm and is more objective and like before, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, I support and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the Land Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, may the record reflect that I rise in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a fairly straightforward bill, Mr. Speaker, insofar as securing any proprietary interest in public land is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who come from the coastal counties, the Senator for Mombasa, Senator for Kwale, Senator for Lamu, Senator for Taita, Tana River, and the likes, Mr. Speaker, would really know what it means to be landless, Mr. Speaker. This question as to land ownership, Mr. Speaker, is a very thorny issue to many Kenyans, more so those of us who come from the coastal county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kichaka Mkwaju and Lungalunga constituency in Kwale County, the people from Tiwi, from Matua constituency in Kwale County, the people from Kanana, Nikawu, Anzwani, Shimoni in Kwale County, Mr. Speaker, the people from Gasi in Msambweni, Mr. Speaker, currently are staring at a possible eviction, Mr. Speaker, because of being landless, Mr. Speaker. And it's just a question of unscrupulous, absentee landlords who have come to the county and purported to have owned certain huge parcels of land, Mr. Speaker, and that acquisition process, Mr. Speaker, is not clear in law. And the county government of Kwale, and I want to appreciate what the county is doing, they have stepped up efforts in making sure that these land issues are well addressed in court and through many other government agencies, including the EACC. And I'm happy to report that we've been able, as a county, to recover about 39 acres from Charlie Island, Mr. Speaker, that was illegally allocated to unscrupulous land grabbers. And now I hope the community from Charlie will be able to be resolved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe for the benefit of doubt and just to speak ahead of time, Mr. Speaker, I will be proposing amendments to the Land Act in person on the question on foreign ownership of land, Mr. Speaker. Article 65 of our Supreme Law, Mr. Speaker, specifically forbids foreigners from owning land, Mr. Speaker. Yet, as a government, we speak about foreign investment, Mr. Speaker. There can never be any investment, Mr. Speaker, without land being the port of call insofar as investing at the coast is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the law, and this is also the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I think Article 65, Article B, Mr. Speaker, provides that foreigners can only own land under the leasehold tenure of ownership, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not so many Kenyans own land as leasehold, Mr. Speaker. There are very limited certificate of leases out there, such that any foreigner who wishes to invest in land in the country is either forced to purchase land that is freehold, Mr. Speaker, and as such, it becomes an illegality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be moving an amendment to the Land Act, Mr. Speaker, to provide for a thorough conversion process that is within the law, that is limited, that has a time frame, Mr. Speaker, so that those people at the counties who are tasked with the duty and singular role of making sure land records are reflected, Mr. Speaker, can be given at least, or rather maximum time of 90 days, Mr. Speaker, to convert land from freehold to leasehold, Mr. Speaker. So that foreigner, Mr. Speaker, and to those of us who practice conveyancing, Mr. Speaker, will be a window to making sure that foreigners can be able to own land within the confines of the law, Mr. Speaker. At the point a foreigner is entering into a contract with a local who owns land that is freehold, Mr. Speaker, and up to the point of completion, those of us who do conveyancing would understand what I mean by completion, Mr. Speaker. We want to make it law that within 90 days, those fellas at the Public Works Office, those fellas at the county government in charge of the survey works, Mr. Speaker, are compelled by law to be able to have fast-tracked and heightened the process of conversion, Mr. Speaker, so that when you are lodging your documents for transfer, Mr. Speaker, that document is a certificate of lease, and then you give a chance to a foreigner, Mr. Speaker, to own land in form of lease, Mr. Speaker. This will go a long way in making sure that our young men and women, Mr. Speaker, have many, many opportunities in terms of the opportunities that come along with foreign investment, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't end up stifling investors who wish to own land in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, in the name of Article 65, forbidding them from owning land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question as to protecting public land, Mr. Speaker, is very weighty. And I'm happy that this bill specifically speaks to that question, Mr. Speaker. That for the first time, Mr. Speaker, all public land, Mr. Speaker, will be registered in law, and the registrar has actually authority, full in law, Mr. Speaker, to be able to make an entry in his land record, Mr. Speaker, so that our schools, as the way Senator Cherage has spoken ably here, our schools, our mosques, our community projects and engagement centers, Mr. Speaker, can be able to own land, Mr. Speaker, so that even as we seek to support them in their project, Mr. Speaker, we know that truly they are not scholars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame that most of us, even myself, including Mr. Speaker, and Senator Issa Bowe, I wish he was here, Mr. Speaker, we are actually squatters in our own land, Mr. Speaker. Where we've bought this land, Mr. Speaker, we were born there, Mr. Speaker. We have buried our loved ones in this land, Mr. Speaker, but we have nothing that shows ownership, Mr. Speaker. And I wish this conversation, Mr. Speaker, can be taken a step further, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy that you were present when the President came to the coast just last week and gave an undertaking that there is need for the government to invest in settling the people from the coast, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward towards making sure the ministry, I listened to the CS nominee today when she was being vetted on her suitability as the CS for land, Mr. Speaker. And she spoke very well and ably, Mr. Speaker, on the land system, on the question as to the tenure, Mr. Speaker, and to the question as to digitization of land records, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute, Senator Chimera. Whose phone is that? It's actually mine.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. I didn't know how best to look at it, Mr. Speaker. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the CS, Honorable Alice Wahome, spoke so well about the need to digitize land records, Mr. Speaker. That is the only cure we have, Mr. Speaker, in combating the war on fraud in matters land, Mr. Speaker. And she also said there is no budget. The government has not set aside any money, Mr. Speaker, to digitize our land records, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is 2024. It is a shame that we still have a manual system on land records, Mr. Speaker. I want to really urge the ministry to find it within their means, Mr. Speaker, to be able to see how best they can to get this necessary funding so that we are able to digitize our records, so that Kenyans can really have faith in our land record system, Mr. Speaker. For those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, allow me to make this communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Miranda High School in Siaya County. The delegation comprises 5 teachers and 61 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Majority Whip under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very briefly, may I warmly welcome the young Kenyans to this House and remind them that on 25th of last month, some of their age mates who are in college or members of their generation who are in college, they so much wanted to come to this House that they literally broke in. They don't have to, you don't have to, you can always come the way you have come. Then you are given a walk around with proper guidance so that you learn the rich history of this House. Because they are students, Mr. Speaker, I would like them to know that this is the chamber in which the first Prime Minister of Kenya, who became the first president of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, stood and spoke to the nation when this republic got independence. You're most welcome, young people.
From the minority side, Senator Beatrice Akinyi, you may say a word of welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is an exciting moment to have Maranda Boys in the Senate. Maranda Boys is an outstanding school in the Nyanza region, but not only the Nyanza region, in the Republic, Honorable Speaker. Their results have shown it all, and some of the notable outstanding personalities in this country that have gone to Maranda Boys is not limited to the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. We are proud to be associated with Maranda Boys, and we encourage you to maintain your standards as has been in the recent past. The Senate is an honorable house that takes care of the interests of counties and protects the interests of counties. And as you go back to Maranda, be assured of our support, and we remain very proud of you as a school and as young people in this republic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm informed that Senator Betty Montet has a special attachment to that school. You may proceed also to extend your word of welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I join you and the other senators who are welcoming students from Maranda High School. I'm proud to be associated with this school. My husband, who was there and came out to be a competent pilot, presidential pilot in this country, went to Maranda High School. Welcome very much.
Senator Joe Nyoto, you may proceed to contribute on the bill, not welcoming the students.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, although it's also important for you to be remembering that I chair the Education Committee in the Senate, and sometimes when students come, it's important that you allow the chair to welcome students to this honorable house. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not why I rose, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I rose, Mr. Speaker, to support this amendment bill because, like those that have spoken before me have said, land is a very important resource and asset in this country, Mr. Speaker. And where I come from also, this is a very valuable asset, and we are known for long protracted legal battles surrounding ownership of land, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I felt that it is important for me to also say a word or two. Mr. Speaker, we have been having very many problems. And again, in my capacity as Chair Education, allow me to repeat what my colleagues have said, that most learning institutions, schools, public schools, do not have titles to the land on which they sit, Mr. Speaker. And this has caused a lot of problems, especially when it comes to registration of the said institutions. And so this bill, Mr. Speaker, is very explicit in requiring the Commission to register all land that belongs to or that is owned by a public institution. And this is a bill that deserves the support from all of us, Mr. Speaker. The second thing that makes me feel that we need to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that it is going to curb corruption in matters land, Mr. Speaker. And all of us will remember that there was a very serious case of somebody, Mr. Speaker, without mentioning names, who had been accused of having acquired illegally land that belonged to Drive-In Primary School, Mr. Speaker, a few years ago. And this was because I may not have the details and the facts of the case and the ownership, but I suspect that this came because there was no title to that land owned by the school. And so when we register all land or parcels of land owned by public institutions, then we will be able to curb corruption so that land grabbers, Mr. Speaker, will not get an opportunity or an opening for them to grab land that is otherwise set aside for public use. Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at the ease of obtaining a title. That we do not just require the commission to register land, but also, ease the requirements or lessen the requirements that they put across in order for land to be registered. And I say this because, as you know, I am elected to represent Murang'a County. And recently, Del Monte company was able to lease to seed about 1,400 acres of land to Murang'a County government. But this land has not yet been registered in the name of the county. Probably because, and not probably, because of the many requirements that are made before land is registered. And so we need to also propose that there should be ease in registration of land so that in this particular land in Murang'a County, Mr. Speaker, there is a parcel of land that we want to cede to government in order for government, the national government that is, in order for it to be able to construct an economic zone. We also need land to be developed by the county, the various development programs that the county has. And we also need to think about a particular association called Kandara Residents Association, Mr. Speaker, that claims that their forefathers were kicked out of some parcels of this land in order for the owners of Del Monte to be able to start farming there. And so we need to also fast track. The commission needs to fast track the registration of titles of land and issue titles accordingly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are very many estates coming up today in various parts of the country. Talk of Tattoo City, talk of Thika Greens, talk of, many estates that are coming up, residential estates that are coming up. And I know that it is a requirement that when an estate is coming up, that they set aside some land for public use. For example, land set aside for a public school, set aside for churches, a mosque, a shopping center, or something like that. But when this land is not registered, and this is something that probably all of us know, when it is not registered at the right time, by the time this estate is being, when it is coming up, this land set aside, because it's a requirement, is then later, because it was not registered as land that belongs to the public, is then later sold to private individuals. And so, Section 3 of this particular Act and number 15 of the same is very important, that all land set aside by persons of a land by company for public purpose consequent upon a proposed development must be registered, so that we do not have land that was initially set aside for public use, but then the land buying company and the operators of the same then later on sell these to private developers who may not know that originally that land belonged to the public or was set aside for public use. And so this will also avoid corruption, Mr. Speaker, and it will see to it that all land that is supposed to be for public use goes to exactly that particular use, Mr. Speaker. We also have community land in various parts of this country. This community land mostly is not registered, and that also leads to grabbing. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that under this particular amendment bill, that we will also have community land registered as land belonging to the community, so that those that are very smart in, grabbing may not have any land that is not registered, and therefore leading to corruption and grabbing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, even private land, I think it should be registered, or private land. Recently, we had a case somewhere in Embakasi about the Kirima land. This is land that was sold to unsuspecting developers. They bought plots, they developed residential houses and other also commercial. Private, community, public is actually opening up land for corruption and other things that are not very, very religious, Mr. Speaker. So we also know there are very many churches, especially in this city, that have problems with the land that they occupy, but land that they do not have titles for. The Commission should see to it that all these cases are sorted in order for everyone to own land in the right way, and should anybody be squatting on any land, then the Commission should be able to do the necessary registration and sort out this mess, Mr. Speaker. And so, with those many words and contribution, I support this amendment bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Senator Beatrice Akin.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I rise to support this bill, the Land Amendment Bill, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say right from the beginning that titles are a right of our people. And just like all of us have an identification card or a passport, everybody that owns some land or is sitting on some land, if they own it, they should have a title for it. Honorable Speaker, coming to this amendment, I want to state that as a country, and we must be very cognizant of the fact that as we go urban, and because of the urban growth in this country, planning must also go hand in hand with the growth of urbanization. And Honorable Speaker, as the urban centers grow and as many people move to the urban centers, those centers on those pieces of land on which the urban centers are need to be registered, and thus the issue of title deeds. Honorable Speaker, if we don't plan for our urban centers, and just as the saying goes, that failing to plan is planning to fail. Honorable Speaker, we are ending up with urban centers, many residential areas coming in, many commercial buildings coming in our towns, and yet they are not planned. And Honorable Speaker, I think that is why many Kenyans supported devolution, because they knew with the coming of county governments, and because they are governments and they are planning units of our space, that the counties would embark on planning activities that would ensure that our urban centers grow in an orderly way. Honorable Speaker, when you go to some of our urban centers, there are even no access to the places, to the estates where our people are staying. And because of the urban growth, these access roads are getting thinner and thinner, if not adequate. Honorable Speaker, I bring up the issue of urbanization because it is so closely related to the titles we are talking about. The urban spaces are growing on land. Honorable Speaker, I've said titles are right. And Honorable Speaker, allocation of these titles, Honorable Speaker, not all of us can allocate land. Not all of us can issue titles. It means, Honorable Speaker, that there is an issuing authority, and it speaks about the registrar of titles. This is an office within the ministry. Honorable Speaker, if the ministry is the one that allocates titles or allocates land, how do we in this country end up with double or triple or so many allocations or titles in one piece of land? And Honorable Speaker, that is a real source of conflict with our people. Honorable Speaker, as I support this amendment, we say that public land as given by our people must have been compensated. Honorable Speaker, the issue of compensation of some of the lands that are referred to public is still an issue in this country. If we are sincere with ourselves and we go back to our counties, there are market centers, there are small towns dotted all over where our people have never been compensated, and yet they are marked as public land and are used for public purposes. Honorable Speaker, I have an example of a market in my ward called Kodumba. And in this market, the county government of Homa Bay even collects cess from that market on a daily basis. But the painful truth, Honorable Speaker, is that market still stands on a private land. It means the county government is not just. It was initially held by the county council of Southern Nyanza County Council. Then Homa Bay County government now took over. But the pain is that the people that hold the title, the private title, the freehold title of Kodumba Market are still alive. They have sought for justice. They have looked for compensation. But, Honorable Speaker, the county government goes on to collect cess, and it is assumed it is public land. And, Honorable Speaker, that is why I support this. And we want to say that all land that is presumed public must have been compensated. And, Honorable Speaker, that is an issue of an historical injustice. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I have a painful story of one teacher, senior teacher we lost in Dewa town, called Mwalimu Ogutu Aroka. We lost that teacher because he could not see his land being used as part of the town without having been compensated adequately to his family. He went from court to court, Honorable Speaker, but the sad story is that we later lost him out of the distress that was caused by this long journey of court cases. Honorable Speaker, land was given by our people. Some of this land was compulsorily acquired. Some of it was bought. Some of it the governments then, or the county councils then, committed to pay. But, Honorable Speaker, in some of these areas, you cannot even trace the records of compensation. And people keep on asking for their compensation. A third example is the Sindo ground that was proposed as a sub-county headquarters sometimes back. It is land that is over 500 acres. Compensation is still an issue. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I would like to bring up about public land is that public land is set aside for particular usage. That when at adjudication, the adjudication department was setting aside public land, it could not have been set just for any use. There's land set aside for schools. There's land set aside for hostels. There's land set aside for water boreholes, Honorable Speaker. But the painful scenario we have in our communities is that some of this land that was set aside for public use is land that some other people grab for their personal use. And that is why I support this amendment. Because once all this land is registered, then ownership is definite, Honorable Speaker, then we'll be cutting down aspects of land grabbing. Honorable Speaker, the other painful bit about issues of land in this country is that large chunks, areas in this country still have adjudication not completed. So, Honorable Speaker, the other day we were in Senate Mashinani in Turkana. As a land committee, it was very, very painful that a half of that country is still land that is unadjudicated, Honorable Speaker. And to me, Honorable Speaker, I think that is an injustice to the people of Turkana. In setting up the National Land Commission in 2010, it was spelled out that adjudication would be complete in 10 years. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I think it is intentional that there are people who don't want adjudication to be complete because they do not want all land in this country to be registered. Because once land is registered, it will have title deeds, and so it will stop them from abuse of those freehold land. Honorable Speaker, we should then now ensure that adjudication process be complete in this country. Even in my own county, Honorable Speaker, it is amazing that the whole of Mfangano Island remains adjudicated. Honorable Speaker, such incomplete adjudication processes is what leads to conflict amongst community members because they are living on land that have no boundaries. So if you end up with malicious people, there's always claims and counterclaims of particular pieces of land. Honorable Speaker, I support this registration, and I come back to the aspect of physical planning. Honorable Speaker, when you go around our urban centers, and particularly residential areas, I keep on wondering what the planning units are doing to our country people. You go to residential areas and all you see are houses without other necessary public utilities. Honorable Speaker, where people live, the Planning Act talks about a percentage of open space that should be availed. How then do we end up with planning units, which are county governments, approving plans of residential areas without the adequate playing grounds? Honorable Speaker, do we even stop to worry about how our children, as they grow up in the residential areas, spend their free time, Honorable Speaker? It is the main reason why most of children that we have are spending 3/4 of their time watching television. Honorable Speaker, I'm not saying watching television is wrong, but I'm saying that children, as they grow up, because of the social skills children must acquire, as a country, we must ensure that our children in residential areas have opening spaces where they can play. Honorable Speaker, some of the antisocial characteristics our children are having is because of they have no space to play. Children grow up confined to houses, confined to fixed spaces. We are creating health problems in children. Dr. Luale would accept that children need to move. Children need to interact with their peers. In the traditional estates we have, even in the city, we had open spaces where children would play football and play netball and play all the games we have. But, Honorable Speaker, all of a sudden, we are seeing residential places where the only space that is available other than the house is a parking space. You find you are going to visit friends, and as you enter the houses, children are all lined up, squeezed, just on some small space by the gate. Other than that space, cars are even parking on blocking the entrance of the gates and all the entrances. Honorable Speaker, if planning was done well in this country, planning must take note that there are public facilities that must be provided. And Honorable Speaker, that the reason why I relate this to the amendment that we have here, the Land Amendment Bill, is that planning is done on land. Planning is done on the space. And Honorable Speaker, whenever people are constructing houses, it is a requirement you must get a copy of your title. Honorable Speaker, all these must be aspects of land that should concern us as Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, I also need to talk about the issue of digitization of titles. Honorable Speaker, it is amazing that the Ministry of Lands keeps on, in the last so many years, keep on talking about the achievement only in some 2 or 3 counties. It is always Nairobi. Their reports are only showing Nairobi, Murang'a, and Kiambu. Honorable Speaker, these 3 counties cannot be the only counties that the Ministry of Land keeps on referring to when they are talking about digitization of title. Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that the non-completion of the digitization of titles is by design, Honorable Speaker, because there are people in this country who continue to benefit from the manual handling of title deeds. Why should Kenyans have their titles rotting in some registry? When you go to our registries, Honorable Speaker, I want to challenge this House that let us pick on pilot registries in this country. Let us visit Ruaraka, the Survey Department of Kenya, and you'll see the miserable situation in which our titles are in dusty rooms, and those are the prime properties or prime documents that Kenyans have. Honorable Speaker, I want to end my support for this amendment by saying that as a country, we should also embark on public education about the succession. That, Honorable Speaker, there are thousands and thousands of widows in this country. When you engage with them, their spouses passed on years ago. They don't know even the process that they should follow as they go over the succession issues. Honorable Speaker, we all know that succession is a judicial issue. But our people do not know. Most of them feel that succession is a Ministry of Land issue. Honorable Speaker, the government has a lot of structures that can be used to educate our people on how to initiate succession issues so that widows that are remaining with their children across the country can be able to get their titles, having gone through the succession issues. Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment, and I want to say that land titles are a right of all Kenyans, and all institutions should also have title deeds so that we are able to reduce on the conflicts that non-titled areas continue to have. But, Honorable Speaker, as I end my support, the government needs to up its game on completing adjudication sections in this country so that Kenyans can have title deeds. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Senator Oroba Magoma.
Thank you, Speaker. As I rise to support and probably belabor the points that have been submitted by my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to ask very pertinent questions, perhaps to the floor of the House and even the sponsor of the bill. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that our public institutions are mapped out and they have the titles. We are talking about schools, universities. We are talking about all these public entities, including spaces such as Parliament, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, I have been told time and again, because I have many bills, and every time I sit with the legal department and the drafters of those bills, I'm always advised to legislate for future and to legislate as you're looking at a wider perspective of whatever it is that you are trying to resolve. Mr. Speaker, my question would be, as we push for all the title deeds, for all these spaces, including schools and all these institutions, Mr. Speaker, and I want to reference that particular clause that says that pursuant to Section 58 and Paragraph 7 of the third schedule of to the Physical and Land Use Planning Act 2019, the registrar shall register land set aside by persons or a land buying company for a public purpose consequent upon proposed development. It also talks on 14 about a public body or an institution getting their title, and that this is going to be mandated to the registrar. Mr. Speaker, my question then becomes, once these titles have been issued, Mr. Speaker, do these institutions and these entities then operate in the commercial space as any other institution? Mr. Speaker, I'm asking, does that mean that if a school gets their title deed, are they free to use their title deed, for instance, to acquire a loan, Mr. Speaker? Are they free to use that title deed for purposes of asset, growing their assets or whatever it is that we use title deeds for? Mr. Speaker, as I pose that question, I also want to understand, because the amendment that has been tabled does not give us clarity on what these title deeds are going to be used for, other than just we give title deeds, Mr. Speaker. We are in the era of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. What happens to this kind of ventures such as affordable housing? Where is the title going to be domiciled? Who is going to own the title of that particular unit for affordable housing, Mr. Speaker? And does that mean that if I am a beneficiary of the affordable housing, do I also get to get a share of the title, and I can use it for whatever purpose, including to secure loans, including to do business with, including as an asset financing for whatever reason? Mr. Speaker, I also want to understand, in the case of private and public partnerships, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, it is the Kenya Kwanza government that is pushing to have more investors come to the country, Mr. Speaker. And we are even telling investors that if you're willing to come in and pump in a certain amount of money and employ up to 1,000 people or whatever, that government is going to actually offer you land for a period of time, Mr. Speaker. In that particular case also, who then gets to hold the title, Mr. Speaker? Is it going to be a joint venture? Will the registrar then now give a title that is going to, I don't know, because this kind of parameters are not discussed in this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. I also want to highlight that while we only think of one side of it, which is our schools should get titles, our public institutions should get titles, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the county government and the assets, Mr. Speaker, once a county government is actually issued with a title that they own a particular piece of land, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand who then becomes the custodian? Because if it is the governor, Mr. Speaker, we want to know then who then is going to use that asset, that title, to either trade with or to, you know, what are the parameters around that, Mr. Speaker? And I hate to be the person that is the devil's advocate, Mr. Speaker, but we have seen so many cases, particularly in religious institutions, where we have had many fights between the leaders, between the boards of those institutions, in terms of ownership of the property of those institutions. So my question then to the sponsor of this bill, and maybe I want to pose it to the House, is, are we going to accompany this with regulations so that we can be able to define the parameters of these people who are going to now be the custodians of the title deeds that we are pushing to put out there? Because I foresee in the near future where you have a school, which is a public institution, saying that this school requires an extra dormitory or requires to get a school bus, and they decide that maybe they want to go and look for financing And their option is then that they would use the title deed, Mr. Speaker. At which point, then, if that happens, in the event that they actually are unable to pay that particular financing, are we also saying that we are opening the doors that public institutions can actually be taken over by private entities or by individuals who will be assisting through asset financing? And we know that there are many microfinances who will see this as an opportunity to acquire assets or to acquire public land. Mr. Speaker, on the issue on affordable housing, we already have a very gray area where we don't understand how the title is moving from a public land and then going into individual ownership of people who are actually going to buy those several homes that are being built for affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. Until we ask these very pertinent questions and until we are able to give an explanation on the parameters and a guideline of operations, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that either a clause is included that any public entity or any public entity or institution that is going to be custodian of the land then is not allowed to use it as a form of trade, as a form of asset financing. Because, Mr. Speaker, before you know it, in 15 years, once we have passed this bill, so many schools would have been lost to microfinances through asset financing and them being unable to pay. We would have been able to even lose this affordable housing to, there are so many financial experts who see an opportunity to jump in and utilize that opportunity for other purposes that the bill is not addressing. So, Mr. Speaker, as I make my submissions, I would like to pose the question to the sponsor of the bill and perhaps even to this House to really think carefully if we want to amend this bill in the absence of regulations or in the absence of an inclusion of the parameters or of the people, the custodians of the title deeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Gloria. Senator Mandago, Jackson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the amendments on the Land Act to ensure that all public land, public utilities are entitled, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even as I support the amendments in the Lands Act, Honorable Speaker, to ensure public utilities are titled, Honorable Speaker, there is need to also look at the Cities and Urbans Act and the role of the Director of Fiscal Planning, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have seen situations where particularly residential estates are well designed, Honorable Speaker, and public amenities are well catered for, Honorable Speaker. Public utilities like markets, children playgrounds, schools, churches, bus stops, Honorable Speaker, and even greening area, Honorable Speaker. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, with the powers vested on the Director of Fiscal Planning, both in county and national governments, Honorable Speaker, they can replan the same earlier planned facility, Honorable Speaker, and in the replanning, Honorable Speaker, most of the time is actually to privatize the public utilities that had already been set aside in the first planning. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as we do the amendments in this Land Act to ensure that public land and public utilities are titled, we should be wary of the Cities and Urbans Act and the role of the Directors of Fiscal Planning, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as is now, it is a requirement that if there is any subdivision of land in urban areas, Honorable Speaker, at least 4% of that land should be reserved for public use and for public amenities. What we are seeing now, Honorable Speaker, particularly in Nairobi and the metropolitan area of Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, are estates particularly being developed by cooperative societies, Honorable Speaker, where the lands are subdivided to the last plot without providing for public utilities, while that is going to carry a very huge population, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that leaves a bill for government, either county or national, to foot in the future, Honorable Speaker, because the population that will then come and reside there will begin asking for social amenities, Honorable Speaker. Residents will begin asking the county government, we need a health facility there, we need a school, we need a nursery school, we need a police station. And what will happen, Honorable Speaker? Members will say, we want the county government to budget for acquisition of land. Honorable Speaker, I propose that even as we look at this land amendment, we should make sure that land surrendered for public use and any subdivision in this country, both in urban and rural, caters for public amenities as required in law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of titling public utilities, Honorable Speaker, should not just be an amendment to ensure it is done, Honorable Speaker, but it should make sure that on subdivision, before title deeds are issued to members of public, government or public utilities should be given priority in terms of issuance of title deeds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, marginalized communities or the marginalized communities in this country in terms of development, particularly the northern part of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and counties like Turkana, Marsabit, still parts of Narok and Kajiado, Honorable Speaker, land is still a communal land. Honorable Speaker, National Land Commission, together with the Ministry of Lands, should actually move with speed to support county governments in that region to make sure that there is adjudication, Honorable Speaker, so that even if it is a community ranch, Honorable Speaker, let there be a title deed for that community ranch, regardless of the thousands of acres that are there. Honorable Speaker, with the discovery of so many minerals in this country, Honorable Speaker, some elites in this country, Honorable Speaker, will soon have title deeds of various parts of this country, Honorable Speaker, only for the resident community and the locals to discover that the land they call ancestral, the land they call community land, Honorable Speaker, is already in the hands of others who have used their privileged position, Honorable Speaker, to access vital information to dispossess the residents of that area, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support these amendments because this is going to create sanity in terms of public land and is going to ensure that the public land set aside for social amenities, Honorable Speaker, will be safeguarded for the benefit of these generations and the generation to come. I therefore beg to support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
My screen and the deputy majority leader, what happened to your card? What you were next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And I rise also, like the way Senator Gloria has asked many questions, I also rise maybe to ask many questions. And I think beaten once, twice shy, because I've seen the elected leaders, especially leaders from the county government, who are, they say, our governors. When they get to the county government, their target is only to grab any land that is available, that is public. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of these governors are suffering from grabiosis disease, and I think them is only to look for any land that is known that is public. In Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've suffered a lot. We've had land that even has a legit lease registered to a public institution. And then the county government can jump in and say, because this land belongs to the public, but this person has been given this title, is doing this kind of business in this land. As a governor, I feel I need to change it. maybe and do something that I think is better for the county government. And yet, that person has a lease that describes very well. It is a 50-year lease, legit title. So I'm just wondering, with this amendment bill, land amendment bill, would we be giving a green right to the county CEOs to be grabbing any land that they feel that they can grab or sell at their own expense? So mine will be maybe asking those many questions and looking at that bill, exploring it even further to see whether it is for the benefit of the people of Kenya, or is it going to make people even go into more problems of having land grabbed on the behalf of the expense of the people of the counties. And I want to give an example. I'm sure you've seen a case that we've had for the War Memorial Hospital, where it has a legit title of 50 years lease. And this title has been ruled by even the courts, and the county government given 8 court orders to reopen that hospital. But according to them, they are not opening because they feel the land should be taken back to the county government. So there now we need to compare and see, is this to help us to ensure that anybody given a lease or applied a lease, any private institution, will be guaranteed that they can work and do the business that they started in that land given to them till the lease ends. And I know constitutionally it's very clear that even if that lease ends, the first person to be given a priority to reapply is the same person that was given that land. So we need to keep on looking at these senators, beaten ones, as I've said twice shy, for people who have not gone through what the Nakuru people have gone through. I'm sure they'll be jumping into this bill and thinking it will help them, and then maybe they suffer like the way the Nakuru people have suffered. The land grabbing, it is the biggest disease that I've seen in the county government. The minute a county CEO gets into the county, all what they look is to see which empty land that belongs to the public they grab, they sell it, they misuse it, and they pretend that they are taking it over to ensure that it's for the public use. And then you realize it's not for public use, it's for personal use and personal gain. So we need to condemn that and look at this bill and be very sure that it will be for the benefit of the people of Kenya. But we cannot allow the impunity that we've seen in Nakuru, where somebody has a lease, a title given by the Republic of Kenya, the Commission of Lands Registrar, and then the county government feels that title should be snatched and taken over back to the county government. I've never seen any impunity like that one, and I will be very, very skeptical to ensure that I read at this bill, because I would never want anybody else to suffer the way Nakuru County people have suffered. I've seen somebody who had put the best of the best hospital when it's come to the Nakuru County, the ones they refer as the Aga Khan, the Nairobi hospital of their area. And then all of a sudden, the county government come in, forcibly take over that hospital with a lot of course, losses where people lost life, property, and then the investor is left at the dark, does not understand, and he has a title. This title is legit. The courts have proved it is legit. It is genuine title. And then the hospital is closed. People are suffering. They cannot get access to that hospital. The land was to be taken for use of the people of Nakuru. The county government instead locked, put put goons to protect that nobody can get to that. So for me, I will be reading at this bill very carefully to ensure when I support it, I will be sure that my people of Nakuru are well protected by this bill. But I would never want to see what I've seen. The other day, I was somewhere at the land, I think a public land again. I'm sure people.
Senator Kenyo, what is your point of order? Sorry, have you seen Senator Tabit?
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to my Deputy Majority Leader. She's saying she read the amendment, and she's already talking about it. I don't know, she'll say she read it, then she'll support it, and she's already speaking to it. So, Mr. Speaker, she's confusing me.
What is your point of order?
I wanted a clarification at what time will she support or not after reading, and she's already speaking on it.
Senator Kenyo, you know you are a senior member of this House, and such point of order are just distracting. So proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for making Senator Kenyo understand that counties are different. There are counties, I know, Laikipia County is ranches. I saw those bulls that are from your county. You are lucky. But us, we are talking of how we've suffered. So we need to be very careful that any bill that comes to this house, that we are approving it knowing that it will protect our people. So you saw me the other day. I'm at a slaughterhouse. When you come to Naivasha, I know you all love Naivasha, to come to visit, holiday, whatever it is, for even the meetings that we normally have as senators. And the meat that you eat, it comes from one slaughterhouse. And then the county government, we want to change this. We want to ensure that we build a stadium instead of the slaughterhouse. Have you built another slaughterhouse in alternative so that these people can come out knowing that there is no stop on the business that they were running, because it is that business is supporting over 10,000 families, and then all of a sudden, because you are the county head, you feel you can change. You can wake up in the morning and say, this should not be like this, it should be like this. I think that's what we need to check in this bill and see. Does it support or does it ensure that such impunity will not happen when you approve this bill? From there, you look at who has donated that. You look at who has donated that slaughterhouse. That slaughterhouse was donated in 1980 by Danish government.
Senator Beatrice Ogora wants to inform you, I don't know on what matter. Do you want to be informed by the senator?
I think let me finish, then you can inform, because I think it's a burning issue. Something that was donated, something that...
It is either you want to be informed or not.
No, I don't want to be informed. Because I listened to her. I listened to you, Senator Beatrice, and I know you are talking of discongestion of your towns and all that. Nakuru, we are not congested. We are good. But the problem is we have the institutions that are already on, but the county government, after coming 2 years, they think they can change those institutions. And like the slaughterhouse I'm talking about, when you're passing by, just get in and see. It was donated by Danish government in 1980. But today, with the global standard, it's a global standard slaughterhouse. Even if you enter there, you don't think you are in a slaughterhouse. But immediately, the county government has the authority to say, we want to change this to a stadium. That's why now I'm so skeptical to say, I must read this bill to ensure that whatever is giving, it is to ensure that impunity is done for good and forever. It will not happen again, because Senator Tabitha Karanja becomes the governor of Nakuru County, can wake up today morning and say, I want to change this because I'm the CEO of the county. That's what I'm trying to say, that we need to control and to ensure. And that time we are talking of that slaughterhouse has 54 acres. All what the slaughterhouse are asking, 15 acres. 40 build the stadium. Do you know what you want to build? But how can you wake up in the morning and say you want to change people? You won't wake up because you are the head of the county, people elected you and put you in that house. So, for me, you want to inform? Okay, let me be informed by Beatrice. I can see she's burning the information.
But why are you giving yourself that permission? Senator Beatrice, or I mean Tabitha, you are not the one to give her the opportunity to inform you. You are doing my work.
Thank you.
And also, you want to be informed.
Not really. Let me finish. Today I was very excited. I was very excited because I know the Committee for Lands, led by our Senator Medhu, had invited the CS. I know the CS is not in at the moment, but I just pray that Alice Wahome is confirmed so that I can see her on the other side. And the complaints I'm talking about, I ask her. But today, it was in the list, I'm sure you saw that, in the list of the questions that she was to be asked, and I was ready to come here early morning to wait for her, to wait for the CS, whoever was coming, whether it was the cabinet secretary or the PS, to ask them those questions, whether it is normal to have somebody with a legit title deed, lease of 50 years, and then a governor can go there and forcefully evict those investors with a lot of impunity, with a lot of losses, even for life, and then immediately shuts down that institution, which is War Memorial Hospital, of course. The other one now, of course, we are talking of the farm, and the other one is a land, again, at it's corporate land at Pipeline. So I really wanted to face the CS so that I can get these questions answered. I may not be a lawyer, but I know with the little knowledge I know, even if we are not lawyers, we are not so stupid. We've seen Omtata not being a lawyer and practicing to be a lawyer. So even us having gone through what we've gone through, build our careers, even legal, we still know about legal. And that you cannot misuse your power, you cannot treat your people in such an impunity and then assume that everything will look as if it's normal. So today I was very excited. If the CS was here, I'm sure what I'm talking about now, maybe we could have gotten the answers and I could be happy going home to tell my Nakuru people, this what you see is not what is supposed to be, and the CS have said that is misuse of power, is impunity, and is going to give directions on how things that we have seen in Nakuru happening will not continue happening again. So that's why you see me so let me relook. I know I've gone through it, but I still need to go through it because I tend to think we are going to give more powers to the county government so that they can take this land and do whatever they want to do with it. I can invest as me, I'm an investor. I can say apply for a public land. Maybe I'm given 50 years, but tomorrow, after 2-3 years putting up in the buildings or the manufacturing plant, whatever I'll put, I wake up in the morning and be told, you need to move out of here. Such impunity, such misuse of power would we should condemn it with the highest, whatever possible, because if such things continue, then we will have no confidence of our investors in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Korir Chepkoech, Joy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to really support the amendment bill that is before us. I know, Honorable Speaker, a number of colleagues have touched on a number of issues pertaining this Land Amendment Act. And I want to say that it's indeed the issue of land is a very emotive issue. This is an issue that is cross-cutting. It's an issue that is affecting, I can say, the entire country. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that if it is going to be addressed it will really cure a number of problems that we've been facing, Honorable Speaker. I also want to say that a number of institutions have been fighting for their ownership, which I think even within the county governments, it has really created a lot of problems to an extent that even projects that have been proposed by the government are really facing a lot of challenges in terms of implementation because of the ownership of the said lands, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to say that if this thing is going to be addressed, I know it's a collective responsibility. And I also want to say that the issues that are being faced by a number of Kenyans are faced because of the challenges that we have in our offices. I want to say that most of the issues are being caused by our land registrars, because I want to say that they are the ones who are giving these documents, especially the title deeds. And once you are given a title deed, that is a document that is that gives you the opportunity to own that particular piece of land. But now, because of a number of challenges that we are facing, Honorable Speaker, in an extent of land grabbing and misappropriation of land, these are some of the issues that we need to address so that we can cure this problem once and once for all, Honorable Speaker. So I don't want to labor much, but I just want to say that I support this, and I hope the relevant minister, if given room, will be able to address these issues and be able to cure the number of messes that we've been witnessing across the country. We have a number of people who have even been removed from their rightful share, where they have title deeds, but they are running on they are moving on the roads, Honorable Speaker, because of land grabbing and even wrong documentations which have been handled by our officers. So I just want to say, Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sekirenku.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me a chance also to put the voice on this matter of this Land Amendment Bill 2024. Honorable Speaker, land issues is a very emotive issue, and more importantly, when it comes to even my county, Kajiado. You know very well that every space that is now available around this great city of Nairobi, you'll always come to Kajiado and you'll find some space. Honorable Speaker, I want to start on the onset that this public land and the amendments has come the right time. But I think we have more on what we need to do. This bill has brought very important amendments, but we want to go more to look at issues that this bill intends to sort or to solve. I'll look at the issue of the ownership of public land. Public land this means land of public public institutions, schools, hospitals, and so forth. I want to say that we have a number of public land which the community has reserved for public utility. And now it has been subdivided. And government also is subdividing it in different use without even looking into consideration the intentions of those who reserved that land for public use. Honorable Speaker, in our case of Kajiado County, we have land like LMD now has been subdivided into private land. We have land like veterinary land. Honorable Speaker, we go to this land just next to Ngong. The government has subdivided it without any public utility, public participation. We want to know, even if we give out this land or do the registration of the land, give a title for that land, we need that private or that public use or the original use of the land be reserved for that purpose. And I think the bill needs to discuss on that, or to highlight and bring them amendments on the public use of that public land. Honorable Speaker, I'll also touch on the issue which has been well covered by one of my colleague, Senator, about the public fiscal planning. Honorable Speaker, I will highlight one area in public fiscal planning act, where if a private land is subdivided, then the public utilities will be given out or will be provided. In our case, in our county, you find that an institution, private institutions, private people, SACCOs, cooperative societies will buy 1,000 acres, 100 acres, 50 acres, and they do subdivision. And this subdivision ought to have public utilities within that subdivision. Honorable Speaker, that public land is no more. Sometimes people in offices within the counties, within National Lands Commission, within registry, registrars ought to take this land which is reserved for public utilities. And that is why you find that 100 acres, 50 acres, 20 acres is subdivided, but there is no public utility. And the Public and Physical Planning Act stipulated that there must be a public utility within that area. So I think this bill will try to correct such anomalies. Honorable Speaker, I will also look at it at the community land, where we also need to do that registration, because at times adjudication is done and public utilities is given. This is the time where county governments comes in to make sure that the community land also, when it's subdivided into private land, we need to have that private registration of public utilities so that it is registered under the name of the community or under the county or county governments. Honorable Speaker, and in that point, I want to bring the issue of AGRTC, Intergovernmental Relations Committee, AGRTC, where they need to fast track the transfer of assets on the devolved functions or devolved departments to counties. Because when this transfer is not done, or when these registrations of these public utilities comes in, Honorable Speaker, we will have a lot of issues because we don't know who to register this land to, with. Is it a county government land? Is it a national government land? These are things that we need to request even the AGRTC to fast track the transfer, to fast track the handing over of assets to county governments on the devolved functions. I say this, Honorable Speaker, because when you go to the Ministry of Livestock, Ministry of Agriculture, in most of the counties, we have land that are yet to be defined as county land or national government land. These are things that need clearance from institutions so that at least such an important bill, when such an important bill comes, then we are able to define this public land without any problem. So, Honorable Speaker, I also come to support these amendments, but I want to support these amendments with a lot of reservation that we need to look issues of land carefully. Otherwise, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Andrew Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this amendment bill. I've looked at the bill and I stand to support it with amendments. To begin with, the amendment bill seeks to expand sections 2 and 12 of the Land Act. In section 2, it introduces a new definition which carries what is inside the additions it's giving. That is by introducing a definition for registrar, which definition I think is proper. In section 12, it seeks to introduce new subsections. That's 13 to 16, A, B, C, and D, A, B, and C. And if you look at the tenor of the amendments and looking at the memorandum of objects, it basically is tidying up or filling a lacuna that could be used by people deliberately through action or by omission to allow for improper action to take place. So basically, this act requires that wherever public land has been allocated to a public entity, it must then immediately be registered. In Busia County, the county that elected me, we have a problem with the Malaba market. Malaba market was purchased by the county council before the county, by the county, it's now a county property purchased. It was never registered after the purchase. After some time, the initial owner or the successor to the title of the initial owner, through some dubious court process, managed to gain or purported to have gained back ownership and has taken over the market and is now the one charging people. So, if that land had been registered, such omissions would not have happened. When you come down to the suggestions here, so it's really good that I've suggested that when land is surrendered or allocated to a public utility, it must be registered. That secures that land properly. The only thing I find that needs to be amended in this or to be added to this act is what happens to those officials who fail to register land under their watch. I don't see any punitive measures here being taken to enforce this provision. And these people can easily just sit back. The obligation is there, but there are no consequences to failing to carry out the obligation. And therefore, there's these loopholes whereby you get land being allocated to a public utility, everything goes quiet, then slowly you find that the title deed has been issued to a private developer, and then to try and do that's a whole impossible task. So I think that we needed to have some timelines within which the registration is to be made. So shall is okay. But there has to be a timeline. Within what timeline should a public official responsible register the land that has been allocated to a public utility? I'm proposing that within 6 months, it should be done that within 6 months, these people should have registered that land. And then failure to do so or failure to demonstrate why it was not possible to do so should result in some punitive measures, the officer responsible should be punished in one way or the other, so that this law can have an enforcement mechanism. Otherwise, we still have not cured the problem, because we are leaving it open-ended. There's an obligation, yes, but what's the timeline? And what are the consequences for failure to carry out this mandatory requirement? So I would be urging that when the Senate considers this a bill, we should introduce a mechanism for enforcing these requirements in terms of making them time-bound, and secondly, in terms of instituting sanctions for those who fail to apply or who fail to comply with the requirements. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this bill with amendments. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Senator Modiki Alexander.
Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono mambo ya kuangalia mambo ya mashamba ambayo itasaidia mwananchi, na mambo ya kuangalia hiyo mambo ya mashamba Bwana Spika inahusu mambo ya shule, na pia ningeongezea sio mambo ya shule peke yake, ni mambo ya makanisa na pia hata kwa wananchi. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, mambo ya mashamba katika Kenya imeleta shinda pia kwa majimbo letu, haswa jimbo la Embu pahali mimi nimetoka. Mambo ya mashamba Bwana Spika iko na shida nyingi sana. Ningeomba hiyo kazi wakati wapata waziri mpya wa mashamba iweze kukimbishwa, ndio mwananchi aweze kufurahia Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu kama Embu upande wa mashamba unakuta kuna shamba moja ambaye iko na mgawanyiko mkubwa Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya mambo ya university na pia mambo ya county. University ikisema shamba ni lao, na pia county ikisema shamba ni lao, ambaye ile shamba ya county wanasema kulikuwa na kazi kubwa sana ya wale watu walikuwa na mbegu ya kushalisha ng'ombe zile ambazo sisi zitatoa maziwa nyingi, na kumekuwa na mgawanyiko mkubwa sana, na watu wa anti-corruption na wale wengine wamekuwa kitembea na hiyo mgawanyiko mpaka leo hakunja julikana shamba ni la university ama ni la county ya Embu. Bwana Spika, kwa hiyo mimi nikiwa senator wa Embu County nataka kusema Embu County kuna shinda kama zile siku kwa zile county zingine. Bwana Spika, hiyo mambo haijashika shule peke yao, shule ya msingi, shule ya sekondari, na kwa watu ningeomba serikali iweze kuweka maanane ndio hiyo mambo yote iweze kuisha, kwa sababu tunajua hata kuna wananchi wengi sana wengetaka kupatiwa cheti ya kumiliki mashamba ndio pia waweze kukopa mandeni, maroni, na pia hata kujenga manyumba ambaye ni ya ukondesha, na pia ni manyumba ambaye itakaa na njia ile inafaa, ndio tuweze kuinua uchumi wetu wa Embu County. Bwana Spika, ningesema pia itasaidia hata vijana wetu pia kuwaiwa mashamba na familia zao waweze kupata njia ya kufanya kazi kama ya kulima, kama ya irrigation ama biashara zile zingine. Pia tunajua Bwana Spika, kuna wazazi wengine aidha ni akina mama ama ni wazee, pia wakipata haki ya kumiliki mashamba wanaweza kuuza kidogo ama kufanya kazi zile zingine, hata kutengeneza shamba, ukute mtu anatengeneza shamba lake, njia kujenga nyumba ambayo inakaa vizuri, na pia hata kupanda miti, hata kulima. Kwa hiyo nataka kusema Bwana Spika, mimi nikiwa senator wa Embu County naunga mkono. Bwana Spika, tumeona county nyingi kama Embu, tungeomba kama hizo vitu ikiendea vizuri, kama ni mwanjiri wa mashamba pia tungesema kama unakuta pale Embu County, kama Embu Town, Manyata sub county, kuna registrar, tunafaa tuwe na kama kazi yese kuendea vizuri, tunafaa kama hiyo Manyata sub county pale Embu Town unakuta watu wengi wanataka kuuza mashamba, wengine wanataka kupandishwa mashamba, unakuta ule registrar pia anasembea kazini, aendi kazi, unakuta kwa mwezi mmoja anaweza aenda kama siku 5, kila siku moja. Na kwa hivyo mambo mingi ningetaka kusema hiyo mjadala iweze kuangaliwa. Wale watu wa kumiliki mashamba, wale wapeana sheti ya mashamba wanafanya kazi namna gani? Wale maofisa wako pale wanafanya kazi namna gani, Bwana Spika? Kwa Bwana Spika, ni mambo mengi sana inafaa iangaliwe kuhusu mambo ya mashamba. Kama pale Embu Town, unakuta hata wale wanasaidia watu kuuza mashamba pia wako na barua zao ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Unakuta mtu akiambiwa shamba ile anataka kusaidia ni mzuri, unakuta Bwana Spika inakaa muda mrefu sana, kwa sababu ule registrar saa ingine akuji kazi, saa ingine wale maofisa wasembea kazini. Ningeomba hata watu wa anti-corruption watembee pale Manyata sub-county Embu Town, pia waangalie kazi inaendelea namna gani. Bwana Spika, pia naunga mkono serikali iangalie, kuna makambani ambayo iko na mashamba makubwa. Ukienda kama Kiambere, kuna kampuni inaitwa ya serikali TLENARY iko na shamba kama eka 10,000, na unakuta watu wengine hawana shamba. Hiyo kitu ikiendelea vizuri, iangaliwe amendment, tuone kama watu wale wana mashamba wanaweza kupata shamba kidogo. Kama sio hivyo, hata serikali inaweza kondesa, kama kupeana kama eka fulani wapatiwe kama miaka kama 100 kama lease, ukute watu wengine watafaidika. Ndio serikali inataka janga la njaa ishe kama Embu. Utakuta watajengewa mabao ya maji, hiyo maji ende kama Kiambere, na watu waweze kupanda miti, waweze kulima, na pia waweze kuuza vitu zao, ndio waweze kulipa ile mashamba. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono. Mambo mengine Bwana Spika naunga mkono ni mambo iweze kuendelea vizuri. Tunajua waziri anakuja kwa siku ambacho imebakia kidogo. Tuangalie mambo ya kama shinda ya mashamba itaisha. Ukienda kama Embu, upande ya Mwea, Makema, Karaba na pia Igamba Ng'ombe, unakuta hata pale ingine unakuta kuna shinda. Ningeomba Bwana Spika, hiyo mambo ya utendaji wa kazi, wale wa registrar na wale watu wengine waweze kulainishwa, ndio kila mtu aweze kupata shamba lake, aweze kujenga vizuri, aweze kusaidia, ndio tuweze kuinua uchumi wetu wa Embu County. Nikimalizia Bwana Spika, ningeomba hiyo mambo nimesema ya registrar ambaye ako pale Manyata sub county aangaliwe anafanya kazi na mwananchi, kwa sababu watu wengi wanataabika. Na pia tungeomba kama kazi ni nyingi, tuweze kuongezewa registrar pale Manyata sub-county hapo Embu Town, kwa sababu ni mmoja, na pia hata surveyor afanye kazi ile nafaa, lakini hata akifanya unakuta registrar anasambia kazini. Ningeomba pia hiyo iangaliwe, tuweze kuona kama wataongezewa waweze kuwa, kwa sababu inafaa wawe registrar kama 5. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, na unga mkono vile mambo itaendelea, county zingine zikiendelea vizuri, ndio county yetu ya Embu pia iweze kuendelea vizuri. Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono mimi nikiwa Senator wa Embu County, Alexander Munyimo Ndigi, Deputy Party Leader, chama ya Democratic Party ini Kenya Kwanza.
Asante Senator Boni Karwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And Mr. Speaker, in support of this motion, I want to speak to 5 very brief points. The first one is that the policy of land tenure in this country, we have to rethink it as a nation. Because the tenure we have today, whereby father shall divide his land between his 2 sons, and the 2 sons will divide amongst the 10 grandchildren of their father, and so on and so forth, is going to lead to total collapse of our capacity to produce food. We must rethink it. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to the issue of titling in this country, and with particular reference to public institutions, especially schools. Mr. Speaker, schools are very vulnerable in this regard, that the ministry these days expects that before a school is registered or before a school enjoys some of the funding, including capitation that comes from the national government, the school is expected to have a title deed. without care of the cost. Some of the parents in the rural areas are not able to raise enough money to give to the head teacher for the teacher to pursue the expensive route of acquiring a title deed. This is a time when the government can say, when it is the school requiring to be given a title deed, they get the title deed for free. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I started many primary schools and secondary schools when I was Member of Parliament for Ikolomani. And over 10 years later, these schools are yet to get title deeds. Mr. Speaker, it has opened these schools to the risk of land grabbing. In some instances, there is encroachment onto the land, and in others, there's just outright hiving off of land meant for schools. Mr. Speaker, my third very brief point is on the National Land Commission. Under this Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Article 60 of the Constitution of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, was carefully grafted to read in 67(1), in 67(2) on the functions of the National Land Commission, to include, amongst others, E, that the National Land Commission, Mr. Speaker, is expected to initiate investigations on its own initiative or on a complaint into the present or historical land injustices and recommend appropriate redress. Mr. Speaker, if the commissioners of the National Land Commission and its secretariat will ever care to listen to what goes on in this parliament, they should know that they have failed. They have failed on 67(2)E to the extent that in this country we have a record of the following reports. The first one is the report of the Ndungu Land Commission. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is the report of the Njonjo Land Commission. And the third one is the report of the TJRC, the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission report. These reports have put it in black and white on what the National Land Commission could use to initiate correction of the injustice that has been recorded in these reports, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament demands that the Ndungu Land Commission, the TJRC, and the Njonjo Land Commission reports should be implemented in full. I know it poses a challenge, Mr. Speaker. For those of you who have gone through, who are familiar with these reports, there is a clear mention of powerful politicians and some political families as being the beneficiaries of this public land. The National Land Commission should gather courage. They are an institution under the Constitution to make sure that those recommendations are carried out. Mr. Speaker, in the report of the Ndungu Land Commission, they tabulate how forests, game reserves have been grabbed. Many instances exist, but I can just speak for purposes of illustration to only two examples. The example back home in Kakamega and the example in Naivasha. Mr. Speaker, I know you are one of the people who enjoys the beauty of the ecosystem, especially when you go to Naivasha, the beauty of the flamingos birds. And the report is telling us clearly that the Kenya Wildlife Society went ahead and allocated stretches upon stretches of land to only 4 beneficiaries for no reasons other than they were politically correct. This has to be corrected, it must be righted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have cases. They are bound in Kakamega, approved primary school in Kakamega that partly has been given to the University of Masinde Muliro in Kakamega, Mr. Speaker. There are people, political players, business people in Kakamega who have grabbed part of this land. They should be ejected out. Mr. Speaker, the same applies to illegal settlements in Milimani, in the prime Milimani area of Kakamega. We want to thank the President. He took action. And we hope that the President is not going to stop there, but will ensure that the demolition of houses that took place in Milimani, in Kakamega, should be followed up with construction of affordable houses as envisaged. Mr. Speaker, this also applies to Amalemba area in Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, stadium land in Kakamega has been grabbed, and the former airstrip land. Mr. Speaker, the current airstrip in Kakamega was originally, when I was a little boy, the airstrip was in the city center. And when it was moved to create a bigger runway, people just went ahead and grabbed that. I know clerk at the table, Ruge, is not a stranger to these things. He is another son by another name of Kakamega. He knows how these people have grabbed. But I'm glad none of his relatives is to blame for the grabbing. His relatives who are there, Mr. Speaker, are decent business people who have helped in the development of our town, and they continue to do good business. Mr. Speaker, my final point, I said there were only 5, is on the issue of compensation. My colleagues have spoken to compensation on public land, but I want to confine my remarks, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of way leave. The way leave that was taken on the following roads. We were promised that our people would be paid. During the construction of Shikalagala, Malinya, Musoli, Bukura, Sabatia, and Butere Road, our people signed documents confirming that they would be compensated. Mr. Speaker, even myself personally, because I'm a very law-abiding person, I've got my 2 portions of land in Malinya for which I signed away for a way leave, and we are glad that President Mwai Kibaki gave us the tarmac road. However, the money that President Kibaki left behind that will be compensated, nobody at National Treasury wishes to compensate us. I'm using this motion to demand that I be paid, and also the other people who gave way leave all the way to Butere be paid. Similarly, I would like the people who gave way leave on the road currently under construction, for which we are very grateful, from Ikoli to Kimangeti to Malaba Town to Samitsi to Nabaholo and Chipuyus, all of them be compensated, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, finally but not least, I demand, as the Senator of Kakamega, that the people who gave way leave for construction of the road from Lurambi to Shikoti to Ngoze to Nambacha to Dorof all the way to Musikoma must be compensated, because it is their right, unless the intention of the national government and the National Land Commission was to bring a road and grab land from the people who are magnanimous enough, Mr. Speaker, to give way leave. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and I thank you very much for this chance, Mr. Njurinjeke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Mboni. Senator Matinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise to support the Land Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, quite a number of things have been said by my colleagues, and I don't need to repeat them. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is time that we as a country looked at the matters of land as emotive as they are. We must do justice, and we have a golden opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, to effectively handle this matter that has been erosive since we attained independence. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not lost to us that our parents, that our great-grandfathers went to the forest to fight, namely, for two things: land and freedom. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, as sad as it may sound, those who got into the forest to fight for land came out only to find that the colonialists had left the country. The white colonialists had left the country, and the black colonialists took their lands over. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this Lands Amendment Bill, we have an opportunity to handle this matter, and particularly at this moment, Mr. Speaker, when the Gen Zs of this country have told us that we have to look at matters of transparency, matters of accountability, and most important, Mr. Speaker, sir, address the historical injustices that have been meted to the Kenyan population, innocently believing that they are protecting their own people. Mr. Speaker, sir, it hurts and makes somebody sad to know that a few individuals own all the prime tracts of land. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not lost to us that land has become the medium of corruption. Most of the ill-gotten monies, most of the bribes, Mr. Speaker, sir, they are stashed away. The money is laundered through land transaction. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we look at this bill, as we look at this amendment, Mr. Speaker, it gives us an opportunity, and especially when doing conveyancing, to ask ourselves, where is the money, was the money gotten from, and how has the transaction been concluded? Mr. Speaker, sir, it is imperative that we as legislators come with a uniform lead and a uniform approach that will ensure that there is a fair, there is a transparent, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, there is accountability in land transaction. Mr. Speaker, sir, as has been said by my colleague here, Senator Foka Kamega, it is indeed very sad that we have 3 reports that were meant to address some of these injustices, but they lie somewhere collecting dust because there's been lack of political goodwill to make sure that they are implemented. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this time, when we are facing our sons and daughters in the name of Gen Zs who are calling for accountability, who are calling for us to be more transparent, it is the time now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the option time to ensure that all these reports are implemented to the comma. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we fail to do this, if we fail to implement these 3 reports, Mr. Speaker, the oppressed will continue to be oppressed. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, sir, whenever a mega project is being implemented, some of the major cost goes into the compensation. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a talk of the high Grand Falls that is to be constructed in Tharaka Nithi. I would tell this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, more than half of the cost is going to compensation. The Thwake Dam in Kitui, Mr. Speaker, sir, more than half of the cost is going into compensation. And this money, Mr. Speaker, sir, it may surprise this House that money does not benefit the indigenous people, but it benefits those who are able to buy land speculatively and then lie low for 5 years and wait when the projects are being initiated, and then they leave big money. Mr. Speaker, sir, the LAPSET project that was meant to construct a corridor all the way from Lamu, Mr. Speaker, it has been stopped. It has been made almost impossible because of the huge amounts of money required to do compensation. Mr. Speaker, sir, a closer look at the beneficiaries. It will show that very few local people are benefiting. There are people, Kenyans, who are managed, Mr. Speaker, sir, surprisingly most of them in the political class, who have continued to exploit Kenyans in the name of profiteering, and this, Mr. Speaker, sir, can be addressed only if we make it a policy, Mr. Speaker, sir. Whenever there is an issue of compensation, non-locals are not compensated. Why, Mr. Speaker, sir? Because they have no emotional attachment to the land. They buy it speculatively, hoping that they'll be able to collude with the National Land Commission for them to make big money. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an opportunity for us now, following the spirit that is in the country, to advance and enhance accountability and governance, to ensure that these three land reports are implemented to the fullest. Mr. Speaker, sir, I come from Nyeri County, and I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you travel along the road on your way to Nanyuki, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will find a town called Narumoro Town and another one called Chaka. Mr. Speaker, sir, confined within a very, very small piece of land, whereas hundreds and hundreds of acres, Mr. Speaker, sir, were illegally acquired by powerful individuals, and they remain in their hands, where the people of Narumoro and Chaka Town continue to suffer. Not even a switch system, Mr. Speaker, can be constructed. Why not, Mr. Speaker? Because all the lands belongs to a few individuals. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my humble submission to all Kenyans that we must start looking at things differently. Land, Mr. Speaker, sir, most of these big tycoons, we know how they acquired the land. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, these are only people who are politically connected. After we got money, which was meant for Africanization, which after the fall of the colonial government, we know that most of these people got money that we Kenyans paid for, and they acquired these large tracts of land, and now the Kenyans are suffering because they have no place to expand their towns. Mr. Speaker, it must be a policy, we must be quite purposeful in addressing this issue, because it is the high time we came up with a unified physical land policies that ensures that some people are not disadvantaged because they were born at the long time in the long families, Mr. Speaker, sir, and they did not have the right political connections. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I stand here today, I am a sad father because I have two agencies in the House. When I listen to them, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of these issues that they are raising, we are able to address them if only we have political goodwill. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is quite unfortunate that one single family owns almost a third of Kenya. Ask how they got the land. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at most of the land transactions, the way they are conducted, they leave many glaring questions as to how the money was acquired. If we do, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we do a forensic audit of how money was acquired, you will see most of these transactions are not above board. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would also want to take this opportunity in supporting this motion to say it is an eye-opener that needs and leads to the question, what must be done? It is not the question if it should be done, it is what must be done and when it will be done. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I say if it's not now, it must be done now. Why, Mr. Speaker? We have and we are creating unfair ground for competition among the business people. Why? There are some whom, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of our banking policies, and we know that land is one of the most lucrative collateral in the bank, you are not able to compete with them, Mr. Speaker, because if you are born in the long family, then you own no piece of land, Mr. Speaker. It is quite unfortunate. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must also ask the question, because we have REITs, once they expire, what happens to that land? Mr. Speaker, sir, I, as a senator of Nyeri, got saddened when I came to learn that a certain piece of land whose leasehold had expired was divided among a few beneficiaries and sold. Mr. Speaker, sir, this thing must come to a stop. And it is the high time we call out the National Land Commission. It is the high time we call out the EACC. They must take such a matters, Mr. Speaker, because you ask yourself, how does land move ownership from government to private and then it is subdivided? Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about subdivision of land, we must also come up with policy. You know there is what has been spoken about here, the Maguta plots, where plots of 50 by 80 are subdivided in a large tract of land, which does not even leave space for physical and social amenities. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we do not address that issue today, we will continue having slums, we will continue having poor urban planning, because it must be something that is deliberate, it must be intentional, it must be purposeful, and most importantly, it must be controlled. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya is a signatory to the SDGs. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, look at the issue of having urban places that are controlled with a clean environment, with access to water, with access to sanitary facilities. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, that cannot happen unless we are deliberate and we have a unified approach in all the towns across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know, because I sit in the Lands Committee, We get very many issues, very many petitioners, people who've been pursuing matters since 1970. Some of the people who come to the committee, Mr. Speaker, are 70, 80, 90-year-old. And they tell you horrible stories of how they've tried to pursue justice, but they are not able to access it because we have a National Lands Commission that is unwilling, we have a political class that is unwilling, and most unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of them are even pushed further by the religious groups. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this amendment, we shall also be proposing some changes. It is the high time that we now look at a unified approach that will ensure transparency, accountability, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, fairness, especially to the people who are indigenous and whose lands have been taken by absentee landlords. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I will take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President because he is brave enough and bold enough to address the issue of absentee landlords. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Coast Province, and even in some areas in the Rift Valley, we have huge tracts of land that are owned by the colonialists, not because they bought it from anybody, but they took it away from the natives then. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the high time we start looking at those historical injustices, addressing them as Kenyans, and most importantly, not shying away from biting the bullet and returning them to the local and to the people who own them. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we talk about the uniformity of rates, it is also very important, Mr. Speaker. We call out the land registrars in this country that they must be transparent. We must, and I want to thank the CS who has today ably been able to go through the vetting process because she has attempted and she is introducing a new way of transacting all the lands so that you know what is moving from one person to the next. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, I would want to say that we have looked at the issues, especially also in the way the locals are benefiting in the local content bill, which we just concluded, and I would want to say that it is imperative that we have the rebate laws that ensures that the locals do not only benefit from the minerals in their place, but also take part actively so that there is also technology transfer. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I support this lands amendment bill, I would want to say it gives us a golden opportunity to address the things that have become erosive since the 60s because it is our time to address them. And in the new spirit of the Gen Zs, Mr. Speaker, we must be seen to be moving in the right direction. And that means biting the bullet, implementing the 3 lands reports, and ensuring that all the historical injustices that are in this country have been addressed conclusively, including looking at the religious groups that have grabbed land from the local communities, that have taken advantage of the local community to enrich themselves with the land, with the promise that they do not need earthly belongings, because in heaven they shall have them. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the high time we as Kenyans stood up and said, enough is enough, and we must look at these matters so that as we shape the future of this country, that we live to the Gen Zs and to the Alpha generation, we leave them a country that is equally and fairly divided, because we can only do the right thing by ensuring that we put the right legal framework and legislative infrastructure in place. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Thank you, Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the amendment of the land bill. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, land is an emotive issue, and it's held with a lot of trust and a lot of dedication. Land division in this country is based on, should be based on utility. So, don't just give up land or divide land in small bits where there's no value. We need to also divide land based on our utility. You see, when you go to other countries, Honorable Speaker, there's a land for farming, and there's land for municipality and settlements. But this country, the problem is everybody wants to get land, and the land is divided into very small units. And today, this country is becoming actually a consumer country, then a productive urban country that produces its own food. And food security, actually, in this country is actually one thing. And therefore, there is a lot of land here. There's enough land for all of us. But of course, there's a lot of greed in land, acquiring land. The land has been now being used to be at least for emotive issues, I mean for issues to at least in future where you can be able to invest in it so you can be able to resell at a better price at one given time when most of the Kenyans are still landless. Honorable Speaker, of late, since the start of the revolution, the lands in the range lands, which is a community land, is actually now been subdivided. A lot of interest has developed because people have made money in the counties, and people are trying to invest money on those lands. The lands have been fenced. All the grazing lands are now been excluded. The animals actually are now being taken to the peripheries, and most of the people now are having problems, and they always will have a constant conflict. And as I said, I think this is a high time, because the land is being commercialized, because some of these people get money, and most of them, they become contractors. They avoid taxation and carry rice. They cannot be seen. So they invest in livestock, and they buy land. And actually, what you see is actually a chunk of land that is being fenced out, which is actually supposed to be a communal grazing lands. Honorable Speaker, we have so many squatters in this country, and their land is actually taken by few individuals, especially in the highlands. There are lands that have been leased for the last 999 years. And most of the beneficiaries are not even there today. And most of them died. Those who inherited them are not even there. They have grown old. So I think we need to look into the matters of land leases, especially these 99 years and 999 years. Is actually 999 is just an unimaginable time for most of us to live. So I think it's a high time that we need to introduce the land tenure system, and the land lease or freeholds, so that at least the other Kenyans can benefit. And that land that now remains idle and actually owned by those people who are now outside the country should be disputed and given back to the people. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, food security in this country actually is now becoming a problem, that most of Kenyans are now importing food from outside, that we're not able to produce sufficient food for ourselves. But when the land is there, because it's owned by individuals who keep them for future use or for future to sell it, so at least the other people who are able to have the energy to go and do farming, they cannot get the land to go and farm. What I was saying is that, even the Gen Z today who are unemployed, the Kenyans who went to school, they went to university, some of them do 2 degrees, others do 2 masters, and they have no employment. These same people, if they get the land to tilt, they will be able to produce food, and they will be able to engage themselves to get some employment, self-employment. Honorable Speaker, you have seen in most part of the country, the land registration offices actually have a lot of corruption. There's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of convictions, and I think it's a high time that this country should digitize all the land ownership and land information, so at least people can access their land numbers and the land they have and acreages, and so that we can avoid stealing of land from the public, especially the communities that don't know what land means to them, or what they have. We don't even have their land registrations. Some of this country, half of the country, is not even having land registrations. So I think what we want to do is that the land office in respective areas should be able to digitize their land, the land registration, so that at least every Kenyan land can be served. Honorable Speaker, in parts of whenever there is any development coming up, actually, people, most of the times, like the SGR, the roads, a lot of land is being taken away by the government, and the community is not involved in the participation. So I think in future, any development, that where land is involved, the public must be allowed to participate, and at least they can be able to give the consent to avoid any future conflict and future complaints from the public who will be losing their farms. And if they must lose their farms, then they must be compensated in time so that these people can have an alternative for livelihood other than living them in the wilderness. Because there are many people now, since the time of the SGR, the people have not been compensated fully. They have lost their land, and they don't even have where to stay. So these guys will have been able to buy their land. So I think there should be a land compensation should be done. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, we need also to harmonize, because we have many institutions like the National Land Commission, they will have the land office, we have the counties, and everybody is actually dealing with land. So what we need to do is that we need to have a kind of harmonization so that everybody will be able to know where his land is or where he can get land, so that not everybody can run away with the land and just sell it, and then maybe others keep it. So I think the National Land Commission, the Lands Office, the Ministry of Lands, the counties must be able to harmonize there with all the land, so that at least ownership can be known, and so that we can be able to say that this area is meant for certain utility, like farming. Today, if you go to like Wajir, we are not even able to get land for building schools. The land has been fenced out by individuals. Big chunk of lands that have been used, that could have been used for other utility like hospitals, land for schools, community issues. All the land now has been taken away by the people. I think with those few remarks, I want to support the bill, Your Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this bill with amendments. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very timely because many people are having issues with land, and especially when I talk like that, Mr. Speaker, especially even title deeds. I talk of title deeds of schools, churches, and markets. Many of the schools and markets have no title deeds, and for them to get title deeds is a big issue, Mr. Speaker, because like many of us have said, schools have no money, have no funds to follow and to chase for the title deeds, and even markets. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the knowledge of this House that I have a market in Machakos County called Mutituni. This land belonged to the Mutumas family, and this land was taken by the county councils, the time of county councils, before we got before we got the counties. And Mr. Speaker, this family has never been compensated for this land to date. And yet, market was built in on their land, and the county government of Machakos and even the county council of before used to collect land rates and rent from the shopkeepers and the market people, and yet these people have never been compensated their land. Mr. Speaker, even as we support this bill, and because it is very timely and it is good for the people, I am saying that these people should be compensated and schools and markets be given their title deeds. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of land issues, and when we talk of the Ndungu Land Commission and Jonjo and the other commission, Mr. Speaker, they suggested that some things should be implemented, and they have not been done to date. Mr. Speaker, I have a place in Machakos called Katelembo. This Katelembo Cooperative Society has a lot of issues of land, because you would find one piece of land being sold to 2 to 3 people. And majority of them have title deeds, and you wonder where they get these title deeds from. And yet, the indigenous people, the original members of that farm, has not been allocated their land, majority of them. There are those who are born there. These are the injustices we are talking about. There are those who were born there from the time that land belonged to Muzungu during colonial period. And their fathers worked there, and their fathers bought shares from the society. They gave birth to their children are there, Mr. Speaker, and today those children are being called squatters. And they are not children any longer. They are people some of them are 80 years old, 90 years old, and they are being called squatters on their own land. Mr. Speaker, my children today, or your children, Mr. Speaker, today, on your own piece of land, your children can be called squatters on your own piece of land because they are building there and because they don't have a title. The title belongs to you. Mr. Speaker, this is why you are seeing a lot of Gen Zs on the streets demanding for equity and demanding for constitution to be implemented in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have another place called Syokimau, where public land for public utility has been grabbed by personal developers, private developers. Mr. Speaker, even that Katelembo I'm talking about and many other pieces of land, public utilities have been grabbed and sold to people. Mr. Speaker, many of us have talked of dams where these mega dams are being built and people are being compensated. That Katelembo farm is one of them because there is a Migongoni Dam, which is supposed to be done at Katelembo in Machakos. The people who are living on where that dam area is, Mr. Speaker, are being evacuated and called squatters because that piece of land has been sold to mabwenyenye ambao wako na pesa, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm wondering where those people are going to move and go to build. And I've chipped in to fight for them as my people, Mr. Speaker, because I don't see how one can be told you'll only be compensated for the house that you have built on a piece of land, and that piece of land is not yours. And this was not there before the issue of the dam came up, Mr. Speaker. I am calling upon the National Land Commission and EACC to move down to the ground and do justice to the poor especially. Those indigenous people who are poor cannot get justice because even when they go to court, people go and corrupt the cases and they cannot get justice. So I'm calling upon National Land Commission to move down to the ground and do their work and do it properly, and even EACC. Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment bill with a lot of amendments in it so that it can suit and fit the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Senator Kavidu, are you, maybe when you say you are supporting the amendments, is that we're intending to file the amendments at the land Dindi Committee of the whole? Or you assume now they've been captured?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think we should be given an opportunity to do some input, or they capture from the handset what we have said.
Be that opportunity when the time comes to file your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll give our input.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okongo Mgeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contribution in support of the Land Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, you know, a title deed is a very, very important document, Mr. Speaker. And when I was in law class, I was told the best way you prove ownership of land is by being in possession of that piece of paper we call title deed, which is valued by very many Kenyans. When President Moi toured Narok district sometime, and I think he had a meeting in Suswa, he was confronted by a group of members from the Maasai community who did not want to hear anything other than a pronouncement from President Moi that the land education process was going to be finalized in Narok, and that Masa is like any other Kenyan, was going to have possession of that piece of paper called a title deed. Mr. Speaker, that's how valuable that piece of title is. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill because I know how useful the passage of this amendment bill would be. Mr. Speaker, many of our good public schools, especially those that are owned by the Catholic Church, they own the schools by name, but many of them, especially from where I come from in Nyamira, those schools, in terms of ownership of the title deed, they do not belong to those institutions. That is the same for people from the SDA, Pentecostal churches, and the others. So the passage of this bill will allow those institutions to be able to get this very valuable document we call title deed, because the bill says in, I think, the amendment to Section 12, sub 16A, that in case of an incorporated public entity, the certificate of title shall be issued in the name of that entity. So even if we have a situation where schools exist, but they are not incorporated, they are not limited liability companies, they will benefit from the issuance of this title deed. So Speaker, will be surprised that even a number of the buildings that we own as Parliament, what is being addressed there at amendments to Section 12, subsection 16B, a number of our title deeds are registered in the name of the National Treasury as a trustee for Parliament. So I hope we can cash in on this amendment. The moment it comes in, Mr. Speaker, we should be able to get our own titles as Parliamentary Service Commission, because under Article 127, Parliamentary Service Commission is a legal entity. So we should support it, even if it's for the benefit of our own institution called Parliament, that the moment this law is enacted, we don't need to now leave our titles in the custody of CS Treasury. We should be able to get these titles. We can also have our audited report, end of the year audit reports reflecting what fixed, immovable property we own as an institution. And even for our county government, Mr. Speaker, if you read many of the audit reports that we get from the Auditor General, he is not able to verify, the ownership of a number of projects that are being undertaken by counties. I read audit report from the county government of Nyamira, and the auditor is questioning whether it's prudent use of public resources to build offices for MCA on a piece of land where there is no support of a title document to prove that that land is owned by the county government. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the moment this law is enacted, all the offices that have been constructed in our 20 wards in Nyamira, we can have title deeds issued on the pieces of land where the offices have been constructed, so that we have a good reflection of the assets that are owned by not only the county of Nyamira, but the county government of Nyamira, but by other counties. Second, Mr. Speaker, we hope that the National Land Commission will also fast-track the issue of compensating Kenyans who have given now away their land for purposes of constructing public utility facilities. Like, Mr. Speaker, we have been privileged to have a new road in Nyamira that runs from Chebilate through Ikonge Market all the way to Chabera. But the surprising thing, Mr. Speaker, is that every time I'm at home, residents of the three wards, Mawawa ward, part of Bokera ward, part of Kiavonyor ward. The complaint they have is that to date, the chairman of National Land Commission has not given them compensation. They surrendered their title. We have a beautiful road, but compensation has not happened. And when you follow, Mr. Speaker, some of the problem is that where we have had succession, some of the families don't have title deeds in the name of the beneficiaries. So this idea of ensuring that everybody who benefits from a piece of land gets a title deed becomes useful when you want to get compensation, when the government is acquiring land for use of public service utility. I also want to bring to the attention of the National Land Commission that many Kenyans are suffering, Mr. Speaker. Even if you are a member of parliament, if you apply to charge your title and you have not done conversion, there is something they are calling conversion. They want to make every transaction to come under the e-system. Mr. Speaker, if you want to do any transaction, you want to mortgage your land, get a loan from Parliamentary Service Commission or from a commercial bank, it's troublesome, Mr. Speaker, to do a conversion from the current title to the new titles. And I always wonder whether as a country we are ever sensitive to the people who come from our rural areas. If you tell a Maasai from Kajiado that they should go and do a conversion of their titles, they wonder, because them they know the title they have been keeping in their wardrobe at home there or some cupboard somewhere is the evidence that the land is theirs. Now you tell this person who has not handled a smartphone, they don't have computers in their homes, and you are telling them for you to sell your land, you must go and do conversion. I think at times we are very, very insensitive to our people, the people we represent. You go to London, you see what is happening there, because the level of illiteracy there is at another level. Everybody has a smartphone. Everybody has access to a computer. You import it to Kenya, and you say you want everybody to be under that system. I know there are so many Kenyans who are suffering because they have not been able to do that conversion. As a lawyer, I've met many Kenyans who cry. They say they go to court. They are told, you cannot make your filings. You need to go and do e-filing. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure even there are many members of Njuri Ncheke who will not be able to do any e-filing. You tell them they go to Meru, all they know is I prepare my papers and take them to the registry at Meru High Court. And I know the same thing from Nyamira. When they go to court, they know they have prepared their court papers. When they go to court, they should file them. But believe you me, Mr. Speaker, in many registries, if not all, Kenyans are being turned away. They are being told, go and do e-filing. What makes it even worse is during hearing, they are also told, you log in. Surely speaking, somebody from Girigiri, my village, it was Samaro ward in Nyamira. They have no smartphones. They don't have a laptop in their homes. So you are telling them to travel all the way to Nyamira, look for a cyber cafe, and then log in. So it's good to embrace technology, Mr. Speaker, but we should do it gradually. Those who are able to do it, let them do it. Those who are not able to do it, let's do it gradually, Mr. Speaker. When we attain a population that has smartphones, that has access to laptops, then we can embrace that. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about is the importance of giving land for public utility. Anytime somebody is doing a big project. The Speaker, there is no way you can allow somebody to come in, like the projects I see some good friends from China doing on this Mombasa Road. You do a big housing project, housing more than 2,000 people, and you don't want to surrender part of that land for public utility. Even if you travel, Mr. Speaker, to these developed countries, you go to Australia, Mr. Speaker, they restrict the radius within which your child will be admitted to attend school. If you live within Umoja, before your child is admitted to school, there to that school, there must be evidence showing that you live within that area. So I like what is being proposed here, that we amend Section 55 and paragraph 7, so that when somebody is surrendering land for public utility, Mr. Speaker, there is a title deed. You know the scandal that we had around Ruaraka? You remember, Mr. Speaker, that story of Ruaraka? It's because somebody surrendered land for use to a school, but there was no title deed. So several years down the line, he was making a claim saying, this is my land. And he had a strong case because there was no title that was issued in the name of that school. So even if it was not for anything, I'll support this bill because of what is being proposed in Section 12, subsection 15, that the moment you set land aside and it's for public utility, you issue a title deed to that institution, so that tomorrow the owner does not turn back and say, I never surrendered my land. The title is still in my name. Because they have a strong point. The only way you can evidence that you have given away land is by issuing a title deed. So that where we have big projects, Mr. Speaker, let us have an ECD, the land being set aside for ECD. Let us have land being set aside for a hospital. Let us have land being set aside for schools. Let us have land being set aside for a commercial center. And even for, a public field where our children can play football. Yeah? I was in Hong Kong many years ago in 2007, and Mr. Speaker, at the center of the city, equivalent like KICC, they have set aside land where in the evening, senior citizens aged 70 and above are walking, some are playing footballs, their grandchildren are playing volleyball, and that's how it should be. So this is a very good progressive proposal, which I support. The issue of title deed is so critical. So, Speaker, the government of the Netherlands gave Nyamira a grant to do a dam, which would have benefited more than 6,000 families with piped water at Bunyunyu in Kitutu Masaba, Mr. Speaker. But that project has not taken off. Why? Many of the families don't have title deeds. This is land that belongs to your grandfather. Grandfather left it to your dad. Your dad has left it to you, but you don't have a title deed. So the government wants to come and compensate you, but they say, unless you show us a copy of your title deed, there is no way we are going to pay you. So the issue of issuing a title deed, as is being proposed in this proposed amendment, is very, very useful. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ride on this bill also to do something about this draconian thing you call Land Control Board, Mr. Speaker. If our new constitution gives me the power, the right, the legal right to own a title deed, Mr. Speaker, why should it be that any time I want to sell my land, I should go and seek Land Control Board consent? And have you ever come across any Kenyan who has ever been denied consent by the Land Control Board? Nobody. But what is happening, Mr. Speaker, and this is a fact, what is happening is that every time anybody applies to the Land Control Board consent, they are charged money. That board is illegally taxing Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. If tomorrow we made an impromptu visit to Ngong, where a senator comes from, Mr. Speaker, you will find people are being forced to pay money. It used to be 5,000, I'm told now you pay up to 20,000. There is no receipt is given to you, and it's being replicated everywhere. Mr. Speaker, even if I go to Meru, I'm speaking on behalf of very many Kenyans who are suffering in the hands of the Land Control Board consent, Mr. Speaker. It's serving no purpose, Mr. Speaker, other than being an avenue for a few people enriching themselves. It serves no purpose, Mr. Speaker. So I will be seeking, Mr. Speaker, to ride on this amendment, to introduce an amendment to do away with the Land Control Board consent, Mr. Speaker. If I own a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution gives me a right to sell the land. It's mine, Mr. Speaker. I don't need to go and be questioned by some elders asking me why I want to sell my land. And then on top of that, you are also taking money from me. You are not giving me any receipt. It's not tax to the government. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, 100 people applied to sell land at the Ngong Land Sub-Registry, Mr. Speaker. And each of that person is paying between 20 to 30,000. How much is that per day? And that's money that is just going to people's pockets. So I'll be writing, Mr. Speaker, on this proposed amendment. I bring an amendment to do away with the Land Control Board, which is a prerequisite before one sells agricultural land. It's draconian. That was brought to us by colonialists. It has not served any useful purpose, Mr. Speaker, and it's high time that we did away with it. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the Land Amendment Bill 2024 that is before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Senator Tobiko Pelis.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the Land Amendment Bill 2024. And Mr. Speaker, let me from the onset say that these amendments proposed, Mr. Speaker, will bring sanctity into a very, very confused field. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think in Kenya today, if there is an area that is full of confusion, an area that has brought frustration and pain to Kenyans, it is issues to do with land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and when I say issues to do with land, it is issues to do with both public and private lands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, we have seen public land get into private hands. We have seen governments hiving off, pieces of land from very, very critical areas like forests into private hands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and this is without public participation. This is without any consultations with communities, Mr. Speaker. And in Kenya, a whole confusion has been there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, land issues are very emotive. We have seen families fighting. We have seen communities fighting. We have seen, people being killed because of land issues, Mr. Speaker. And so any law that brings harmony, brings order, brings sanctity into the handling of land, Mr. Speaker, is a welcomed law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, across the country, I have no idea what can clean up the mess of previous regimes, the mess of corrupt government officials, Mr. Speaker, because in every part of the country, there are land issues going on, Mr. Speaker. Both communal land, both public land, and even private land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is good to speak of areas that you know. Mr. Speaker, and I know in the floor of this House we have passed the County Boundaries Bill, Mr. Speaker, which we hope will come to redefine and to correct any boundaries between counties that have anomalies and that may have not followed, historical administrative borders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Kajiado, we have a whole 74,000 acres, Mr. Speaker, at a place called Oloirien, in between Makueni County and Kajiado County, Madam Speaker, and Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this land historically belongs to Kajiado. It is in the Rift Valley. But some kangaroo court in this country went to give it a different name, calling it Mikululo, and today Makueni is laying claim to that land, Mr. Speaker. Yet, original titles show that this land belongs to Kajiado. We have our people who are originally there, families that are known to belong there. And Madam Speaker, today, those Kenyans have been made landless. Our areas for our livestock that were dispersal areas, Mr. Speaker, between the livestock and the wildlife is gone, Mr. Speaker. And the community has been fighting to get back this land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have land that belonged to the community, which was held in trust by churches, like not very far from here, a place called Kisaju. Kisaju Farm is a land that belongs to community, to the Kapitiai community, Mr. Speaker. The church was given, to hold in trust for the community. Of course, believing that church cannot swindle the community. But today, this land is going into private hands, and the church is claiming ownership. Yet it's known this land was set aside by the community before even group ranches were created in order to have, projects that will benefit the community. And because those projects have been overtaken by the kind of lifestyles today, this land should revert back to the community, Mr. Speaker. But there is a whole lot of complex court cases, Mr. Speaker, the county claiming. Yet the county should also, in any case, if the county holds land, it should be in trust on behalf of the community, Mr. Speaker. But trustees have turned to become also nightmares to communities because they now want to claim ownership of these lands, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's a church, whether it's the county, whether it's some group of individuals who are put in as trustees, Mr. Speaker. And so we have big issues, Mr. Speaker. We have vet farm in Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. Today, vet farm is being divided. Government is claiming a part of that land for public utilities. And Mr. Speaker, I'd rather even it goes to, public institutions, Mr. Speaker. Because the original community that owned this land, Mr. Speaker, has been does not have any claim now. The land is being taken away from them, Mr. Speaker. And it's better used for collective gain for the entire, community of Kajiado so that it benefits us when we have institutions that will work for the benefit of all of us, Mr. Speaker, instead of it going to individual hands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have another huge piece of land, almost 5,000 acres, 4,000 and something, Mr. Speaker, at just behind the Nairobi National Park, as you go towards at the river where we have Portland Cement, Mr. Speaker. This part, I grew up there. I was taking care of my father's livestock there. For the longest of time, when I was in primary school, I knew this as our community land, Mr. Speaker. But today, when being in this house and even when I was in the National Assembly, we are told this is government land. My father and other community members were told to move out, Mr. Speaker. Move out of a place we have known to be home for all these years. Mr. Speaker, this land was part of Embakasi Group Ranch. There are members known of that group ranch, Mr. Speaker, and how that land has not reverted back to the community is a puzzle, Mr. Speaker. This is also has court cases going on, Mr. Speaker, of people who have claimed others have paid some fee to some groups of people, but the land belongs to the community, Mr. Speaker, and should revert to the rightful owners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a land around Emali in a place, a government institution called Tarda claims this land, but it belongs to the Kaptei community of Poka. Mr. Speaker, I think if there is a community that land has been taken away from them all the time, from colonial times to the very current times, Mr. Speaker, it is the Maasai community. We have continued to lose land. We have continued to remain voiceless. We have been oppressed by governments that have come in and gone, Mr. Speaker. And every time, Mr. Speaker, we elect a government, we hope that this will be the savior of our community. As the Honorable late Mzee Ndimama, Mr. Speaker, had mentioned at the National Assembly, the Maasai community has lost over 1 million acres of land, including in Nairobi. We have never tried to claim back, so much land that is in this city. The only thing this community has been claiming and wants to be listened to is to be given reparations, to be given compensations. Where is justice in Kenya? Where is truth in this country, Mr. Speaker? The Ndungu Land Commission came. Many other commissions have come, Mr. Speaker, but we have continued losing land. The other day, Mr. Speaker, we were attending some meeting here in Nairobi of a small team that is trying to see whether it is right to return back Amboseli to Kajiado County. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes I feel like there was this lady in Uganda who went to the bush to fight, just become a guerrilla. And sometimes I feel I am so pained that I think sometimes maybe we should have such. Because when you see your community losing daily, you find somebody coming telling us, oh, they are the conservators. They are the KWS. They are what? And Mr. Speaker, in some of these Kenyan communities, you have finished all the wildlife in your areas. There's no wildlife in Kiambu today. Nothing. If they see a hippo coming out of some dam, they will all get out with pangas and slashers to finish the hippo and get the taste of hippo meat, Mr. Speaker. In some other places, like our neighboring counties, they have finished antelopes, they have finished birds. And they can come and dictate to a community that has conserved wildlife throughout. They can come to dictate to us what to do about Amboseli, what to do about the wildlife that is in Amboseli, the wildlife that is all over in our farms. Even today, the wildlife are feeding from our private farms, Mr. Speaker. Who can come and ask us whether Amboseli really should go back to Kajiado County? It's a shame sometimes, Mr. Speaker, because even when civility is required, honesty is required, justice is required, Mr. Speaker, some communities don't seem to get it, Mr. Speaker. It's like we belong to another Kenya. Kenya got independence 1963. The rest of Kenya. But there is a part of Kenya that is yet to be liberated. And not from the Mzungu. It is now yet to be liberated from fellow black people. When you bring us other Kenyans to dictate to us whether Kajiado County should get back Amboseli, and we were told, this was this week, Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking from the blues. I attended a meeting at Serena, and we were told, oh, we have gone to do public participation in Isiolo, in Meru, in Kiambu, public participation to ask the rest of Kenya about Amboseli. As if a fly from Amboseli has ever settled in Kiambu. Why should you go ask the Isiolo people whether Kajiado should get back Amboseli? They have their own game reserves. They have their own national parks. They have their own animals, Mr. Speaker. Let the Kajiado people be consulted about Amboseli, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel like if things are not done right in this country, where either Kenya belongs to all of us or belongs to nobody, where either we all have rights or we all don't have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was annoyed. You know, when I sat in that meeting and I saw the Kenyans and I could see this one is from Machakos, this one is from Meru, this one is from Kiambu, where you no longer even have birds moving in the air because you have killed and all of them coming to dictate to us about Amboseli. Amboseli should go back to Kajiado County, rightfully so. And because the president has made public pronouncements about Amboseli going back to Kajiado, just in case it doesn't, I want to say from this house, Mr. Speaker, just in case it doesn't, you have set those animals against the people, you have set the people against those animals, and I can tell you, wildlife will be a history in Kajiado after that. It is either Amboseli comes to Kajiado people, Mr. Speaker, or there will be no wildlife to pride about in Kajiado. We will ask you then to carry all the elephants, carry all the lions, carry the hyenas, carry everything, leave the land to our people. It is either we get it right or it gets completely messed up, Mr. Speaker. Because we cannot continue being told Amboseli is national, then get a part of Kiambu that also will become national. Get a part of Meru that will become national. Although I know Meru, you have a national park, Mr. Speaker. At least you have a few animals.
Senator Tobiko,
I am sorry, Mr. Speaker.
When we resume debate on this motion or bill, then you will have 3 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate, and the Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 6th August 2024 at 2:30 p.m.